We're really excited about this whole complex for the university. This complex will serve not only our NCAA student athletes, but our club sport athletes that compete intercollegiately, and our general student population. This is for our whole campus. With our brand new baseball and softball diamonds, they will have a natural setting where we'll have the green outfields for each of them. We will also have double-sided batting cages for both baseball and softball. In addition, our 2 Bermuda grass fields are world class. The Bermuda grass is the preferred surface for soccer to be played on. In fact, we are part of the bid for Baltimore, D.C. for the FIFA World Cup. We will be one of their practice sites. The quality of these Bermuda grass fields will be an elite level for our NCAA program, our club sports, and our general student population as well. A third field that will be used for our general student population will be a Kentucky bluegrass field that we will be able to serve our students in the fall and spring, but also for camps and other recreational events during the summer. All of our quality facilities, we will be able to draw into a production area that will broadcast us on the Roku channel, Apple TV, and Fire TV. As we complete the Owings Mills East Campus, these facilities will give our students and our student athletes an unbelievable experience and atmosphere for them to continue their education.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Another day of interviews with all of the candidates who are running for governor of the state of Maryland. And today I am honored to be here with Doug Gansler, former Attorney General, Democratic candidate for governor. And Doug, we are here on behalf of the Maryland State Bar Association, partnering up with Stevenson University on this incredible Stevenson campus. And I just want to say thank you for joining us. It's an honor to be here with you, and welcome.
Thank you, Bobby, and thank you for all your service. And you and I worked together for many, many years in Annapolis in your role as Senate Judicial Proceedings, and we tried to get some really good laws passed to help victims and the folks in Maryland. So thank you for having me.
It's my pleasure, and it's great to have you here. We've got an hour to talk through as many issues as we can get to, and so let's just get started. For those who don't know you, and obviously you've been around politics for a long time, but for those who may not know you, can you just talk personally about yourself? Like, who is Doug Gansler, and how is it that you came to be sitting here running for governor of the state of Maryland?
Well, thanks, Bobby. Yeah, and so I actually am the only practicing member of the bar that's running for governor. I'm the only lawyer that's been practicing. I've been practicing for 32 years. I also am the only person running for governor of Maryland who grew up in Maryland, and so on the Democratic side. So I grew up here, proud graduate of the Chevy Chase Elementary School, went to Yale University, UVA Law School, and then came right back to Maryland, clerked for John McAuliffe on the Maryland Court of Appeals. Worked for a law firm for a couple years, then went into government, because that's public services in my currency, what drives me. And I became an assistant United States attorney for 6 years, mostly doing homicides, but all types of crimes. At the U.S. Attorney's Office, Eric Holder was my boss. I then ran for state's attorney against the machine, 30 years of incumbency, and was able to win that race on a platform of community prosecution, where you prosecute by neighborhoods instead of sort of arbitrarily by crime. We, in Montgomery County, which has about 1.1 million people, we counted our murders in the teens each year. And so community prosecution was a really great program, and hopefully it'll be adopted more widespread around the country. And if I'm governor, certainly will be in Maryland. After that, I ran for Attorney General, served for 2 terms as Attorney General, 2 terms as State's Attorney. While I was Attorney General, I was president of all the Attorneys General of the United States, the National Association of Attorneys General. I was also president of the Democratic Association of Attorneys General, and did that for 8 years, and we had a number of accomplishments there. Ran an office mostly because the people we hired were the best and the brightest, and they did really serve the folks in Maryland well. Since then, I've been out of office, ran for governor in 2014 against the establishment, lost that race, and hence we had a Republican governor for the last 8 years. Since that time, I've been in private practice. I work for Cadwalader, Wickersham & Taft. It's the oldest law firm in America, started in 1792. I run their state attorney general practice, but I also have done a number of other things. For example, I represent some states in lawsuits against the fossil fuel companies around climate change. I'm on the board of College Track. I'm on the board of Year Up. I'm on the board of the lacrosse program that I started in Baltimore City called Charm City Lacrosse about 12 years ago. And I was sort of, like all of us during COVID, was doing a lot of reflection and thinking about what I wanted to do. I was getting an enormous amount of pressure to run for governor from, ironically, the establishment, because they were not enamored with one of my competitors, and they thought that I was the only person that could win both the general and the primary. And so we would stop the string of having Republican governors in Maryland. Thought about it, talked to a lot of people about it, recognized that while I love my job, what really motivates me is helping people, particularly actually Baltimore City, which was one of the impetus, and we'll talk about that a little bit during the conversation, I imagine. And so I decided to do it, and it's a fascinating race, a really interesting race, and we're looking good. As somebody, one politician said to me the other day, "You're not the prohibitive favorite, but I'd much rather be you than anyone else in the race," and I think that's sort of where we sit.
Okay. Well, so we are going to get into a lot of those issues. I know you mentioned the environment, which is a big priority of yours. We're going to get there. Let me just ask a general question before we get into specificity. Talk about, in a Gansler administration, kind of what are your top priorities, in the first year, in your first term? What are the things that drive you to want to run for governor, and kind of what is it that you want to bring to the state?
Yeah, so I think leadership is where it starts, and that's since we're being broad at the beginning, at least. I'm the only person that's running that's led at a time of crisis, and we're in a crisis. We're in COVID. As we come out of COVID, we have to rebuild our economy. Right now it's a little bit of a Band-Aid because we've gotten so much money from the federal government. That's at some point it's going to be a day of reckoning, and we have to figure out how to rebuild the economy of Maryland. But doing so, making sure we tap in to the potential of every Marylander, regardless of what they look like, where they're from, what their socioeconomic status is, and really providing access to opportunity for every Marylander, whether not giving them things, but access. And when you have access to that opportunity, whether it's housing, whether it's public health, education, jobs, criminal justice, that to me is going to be sort of the overriding concern of me being governor. But talking about leading in times of crisis, I led, when I was president of the National Association of Attorneys General, we had a similar economic crisis. We had the national mortgage foreclosure crisis. And I was president of the organization, all 50, the nonpartisan organization. We were able to get close to $38 billion of relief, fighting the big banks, bringing that money into the country, almost $2 billion of which came to Maryland to keep people in their homes away from being foreclosed upon and evicted. So I think that, sort of the economic message is there. You touched on the environment. I mean, that was my biggest issue when I was Attorney General. We did 22 river audits throughout the state. We took on big corporate polluters, but we also did positive programming as well to clean up the Chesapeake Bay. Well, we have climate change, and that's a real deal. I mean, people now recognize it's in sort of the mainstream conversation. I've obviously been talking about it for quite some time. And having federal partners like President Biden, whose son Beau was probably my best friend as we were attorney generals. We got elected together. He was from Delaware and I was from Maryland. He passed away, but I got to know the Biden people through that, and obviously Kamala Harris, our vice president, and I served together for 4 years when she was Attorney General of California. So I say that because having that partnership with the federal government and with state government is going to be important in climate change in terms of building our infrastructure for the electric vehicles that are going to be pervasive throughout the state, making sure we have solar energy on public land and incentives for the private sector, wind energy offshore at Ocean City. One of my pet peeves has always been to convert the 2 billion pounds of chicken manure that goes into the Chesapeake Bay each year, our biggest organic source of pollution, into a power source so we can actually promote and build our agricultural industry on the Eastern Shore. So the environment is obviously going to be a big issue for us, and protecting the Chesapeake Bay, our treasure. Criminal justice is a massive issue. I was a prosecutor for 22 years. And while I recognize that we have to be far more imaginative and creative in the way in which we police in this country, we also have to recognize that crime disproportionately affects communities of color, underserved communities. Baltimore City is suffocating because we haven't had somebody that understands crime. I'm the only person in the race that's been involved in the criminal justice system that probably knows the difference between an indictment and a conviction, And so we have a lot of plans and programs to try and do that. A couple things that I did in my past that I want to bring to the future is I started the first domestic violence dockets in Maryland's history when I was at the state's attorney in Montgomery County, started the first drug courts. And those are kinds of things that we need to take to every courthouse, all 24 courthouses in Maryland, drug courts, domestic violence dockets. You obviously were a leader in those issues as well, and so I'm excited about that. And the last issue, and I have to talk about this because I think it's probably going to be the most important issue that we have. And I've led during a crisis there as well. I led during a crisis when people who were gay could not marry the person they loved. And I was 5 years ahead of every other politician in Maryland on that issue. Even our governor at the time was not for marriage equality, and went down to Annapolis. You'll probably remember some of the testimony. It was pretty interesting. But and that we're in another crisis, which is women's reproductive rights. And the Supreme Court, I argued in front of the Supreme Court. I won my case 9-0 in a child abuse case, Maryland versus Schatzer. And so I understand how they work. They don't take cases because they just want to hear the arguments again. They're either going to overturn Roe v. Wade or scale it back, which makes who is the next governor incredibly important, to make sure it's a Democrat, and a Democrat that understands how to manage the levers of government through a time of crisis, and make sure we protect women's reproductive rights here in Maryland. And
other than, I mean, it's already in statute here, so what, to put it into the Constitution?
Well,
is that
maybe, but I mean, I'm not as much as a tinker with the Constitution as the next person, but we already have a statute. We need to protect it's all about enforcement, and while the regulations are there, we need to make sure we enforce it. We need to make sure we don't roll it back. Next year, I'm sure we'll touch on politics. Next year is going to be the biggest Republican year in our lifetime. I mean, you just saw a truck driver in New Jersey spent $150, put R next to his name, and beat the Speaker of the House. And most people in New Jersey didn't know there was a Republican running for governor. He almost won. He did win in Virginia. And 77 million Americans walked into a voting booth and voted for a mentally ill, narcissistic dictator wannabe president last year. And the Gansler poll here in Maryland just showed that it's going to be very difficult to beat a Republican, a moderate Republican here in Maryland. So it becomes critical that we elect a Democrat, and a Democrat that protects the statute, protects the rights of all women and to have the reproductive choice.
Okay, so a lot to unpack, and I'm excited to go through all these things. Let's start with criminal justice. And you were Attorney General and a state's attorney, I guess for 16 years total.
Yeah.
But now moving forward, what is with some, we've got a stubbornly high murder rate in the city of Baltimore, and murders kind of skyrocketing, not just here, but around the country. And the non-fatal shootings are up, well over 1,000 every year. So the 300 could easily be 500 if they were shooting straighter. So it's a crisis.
Yes.
And we've tried a lot of things in the state of Maryland. So what does a Gansler administration do about this? I guess this is a two-part question, in the short term and in the long term.
Yeah, I think it starts with making sure you have somebody as governor who understands the criminal justice system. And having been an assistant United States attorney for 6 years in sort of doing all types of crimes, white-collar prosecutions, and kind of every type of crime there is. I've had over 200 jury trials, argued 54 appellate cases, and having managed from the U.S. Attorney's Office, which is, at the time, D.C. was just like Baltimore is now. The murder rate was sky high. It's gone way, way down. And hopefully we'll talk about Baltimore a little bit, because Washington, D.C. is a city that's had its renaissance and is still growing in its promise. Baltimore City has not. And I think it's a lack of leadership at the state level, working with the stakeholders in Baltimore. And on the crime issue in particular, coming in, understanding the levers of government, how to work with the state's attorney's office, how to work with the U.S. Attorney's Office, understanding the difference of what they are. This is how fundamental it matters. Right now, the last 8 years, we have a governor who, very popular governor, done a lot of good things, but he was a real estate developer, and then he became governor. So his background is not in sort of figuring out how to reduce crime. Mine is. And so there's a number of things we could do right away. One is sit down, roll up our sleeves, and figure out what's wrong and what's not working. I would put in community prosecution throughout Maryland, which is because the reason why that's so important is it's putting prosecutors working with the community police and building that trust between law enforcement and the communities that they serve. And speaking of law enforcement, we're going to have a 2-year requirement for police officers, like we did in Montgomery County, where you don't hear a lot of problems with the police in Montgomery County. They hire the best and the brightest, they pay them well, and they're trained well. And we are part of that. Part of community prosecution is prosecutors going in and working with the police department to train police officers regarding cultural training, diversity training, that kind of thing. But giving a high school graduate a gun and a badge and saying, have at it, at 18 years old, doesn't yield great results for the community. And so getting an associate's degree at a community college, or 2 years of education here at Stevenson, would be, I think, a requirement, and a good requirement.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
So there's a police shortage, and there's probably a lot of reasons for it. Everybody kind of points fingers at what they think is the reason. It doesn't really matter. There's a shortage of police officers here in Baltimore County. They're really having trouble finding new recruits. In Baltimore City, they're down, I think I heard hundreds of positions. That's all everywhere.
Hundreds.
So when you make it more challenging to become a police officer, will you is it your intention, if they need to go get a college degree, to have something like the nursing program, when we had a nursing shortage in the state, where essentially you go and work for a certain number of years and the state will pay back your tuition on that?
Yeah, or you can even go at night. You can do it concurrent. There's a lot of ways to get where we are, and I think I'd like to believe that right now the shortage is a result of COVID and also sort of the backlash against law enforcement. And Democrats are somewhat responsible for that a little bit with the whole defund the police. I'm running against a lot of defund the police crowd. And while, like I said, I was the head of the Criminal Justice Committee in Montgomery County in 1989 for the NAACP. So I've been in front of police reform for almost 30 years. And one of the things I did, for example, when I was state's attorney, was I put every police shooting in the grand jury. Anytime a police officer shot his or her gun, that went in the grand jury, let 23 people from the community make the decision as to whether that was a justified shooting or not. Police didn't like it at first, they embraced it at the end. They didn't like community prosecution at first, they embraced it at the end. Drug courts, keeping people out of jail and giving them a pathway back to productive citizens is yet another thing to do. In terms of a hiring of police officers, in Montgomery County right now, the training class has 13 people. 13 people for the most diverse county jurisdiction in Maryland. 1.1 million people speaking a lot of different languages, a lot of different cultural issues that arise, and we can't get police officers. Why? Because we're constantly bashing police, and I think Democrats are misreading that. I think we need to make sure that we protect. The number one job of government is to protect its citizens. And if we're not doing that, then we might as well not be talking about school, because you can't walk to school without getting robbed.
So how do we get them? I mean, how do we get police officers to want to stay in the profession? Because I hear from a lot of police officers that they're going to take early retirement.
For sure.
And you can't get recruiting classes. And some of the things, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts about what the General Assembly did in terms of the police reform last year, but kind of this whole national defund the police, and a lot of people on one side of the aisle kind of bashing police officers is causing people not to, I believe, causing people not to want to go into the profession. So how do we get them back in so that we don't have 13 people in a training class, that we get people that really want to be there, high-level folks that are excited to go back into public service as a police officer?
I think you have to change the conversation and recognize, I talk to people in Baltimore City, business folks, and they won't go to work because they're worried about getting knocked over the head at lunch for their cell phone. And so we need to change the conversation and make it a respected and respectable position. Look, should police officers be shooting people of color for no reason? Absolutely not. Do we need to ferret them out? Yes. Do we need to prosecute them? Yes. But most police officers are there. They're risking their lives. I personally prosecuted when I was in my days as state's attorney and attorney general. I used to do a lot of my own cases, and I prosecuted a guy named Terrence Green who shot Kyle Ollinger when he got pulled over at night in Silver Spring in the middle of the night, rolled down his window. Kyle Ollinger walked up to the window, got rolled down. Terrence Green shot him. He's lying on the ground with his head on the curb, telling people to make sure that his child, his young son, was going to be taken care of. I mean, he was making $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year defending us. And so I think we have to recognize and appreciate our police officers. But that said, they need to be well trained, they need to have diversity training, and they need to be respected from the governor on down. And
well paid.
And that was my second point. And you have to pay them commensurate with what they do. The problem right now is they get so much money in overtime because there's so few people that are coming in that the public gets outraged. But if you just paid them higher, like we should pay our teachers higher, these are like sort of frontline positions in our society, pay them higher and you're going to attract better. It's economics 101. You're going to pay people higher, you're going to get better people to the profession, and that's one of the things we need to do with the police. But we need to make sure that we don't go overboard on beating up on all the police officers, because there are some that are really not good.
Can I ask you about one specific provision of the police reform last year that continues to be controversial and may come up in the General Assembly this year? Had to do with the MPIA, the idea somebody gets accused of misconduct of some sort, it goes through the process, and it's found to be unfounded, right? So it's not a guilty, innocent thing, it's an administrative proceeding or administrative process, but it is unfounded. Advocates were able to get in there that all of that now is public information that they can get access to, and some organizations are actually just en masse trying to get all the accusations against police officers ostensibly for purposes of embarrassing them and calling them out and so forth, even when those things are found to be untrue or false allegations. Should a police, and I've heard from police officers that is a serious issue for them. They feel unsafe because of it. Should that have been a provision in the law, or should there at least be an opportunity for them to shield or expunge those types of records?
So, I believe in innocence until proven guilty, and I believe it for the folks that the police are going after, and I believe it for the police themselves and everybody. And so I have a problem with the way in which that is in now, but I think it'll, what happens with a lot of these police reform bills is they're being passed by people that don't have a background in criminal justice and don't understand sort of the practical ramifications of what has been passed. I would say I think the General Assembly did a great job in the dialogue, debate, and conversation around these issues. Where they landed is not perfect on so many of the bills, and there's a lot of more that they can and should do going forward. They're like no-knock warrants, chokeholds, that kind of thing. I mean, really doesn't, disproportionate communities of color doesn't really help the issue as much as things like we should legalize cannabis and we should expunge records of people who have convictions based solely on cannabis possession. That's how we're going to pay for my programs of universal child care and universal pre-K. And so I think the idea of having beating up on police officers in general and law enforcement in general because of a few specific problems it may not be the solution. We need to have prophylactic measures to make sure that officers that are bad, and for lack of a better word, are removed from the department. That's what I did when I was state's attorney in Montgomery County. We would not sponsor or promote police officers that we thought were not telling the truth. One of the benefits of community prosecution is the prosecutors and the police are working together every day. So you as a prosecutor have a quick recognition of what police officers are doing a good job and which police officers are their story is a little bit fishy constantly. And so then you kind of identify them and they're removed from the department. We were able to do that when I was state's attorney. That's the kind of reform we want to put in when I'm governor.
Okay. I want to stay on the issue of public safety, and specifically, fairly recently, the governor came out with some proposals, and I'll just go through a couple of them. One of them was judicial transparency, and the details of it, I haven't seen the legislation, and it's not being brought up during special session, but essentially data about judges and what they're doing for sentencing for certain violent crimes and for repeat violent offenders. A second bill, we'll go through these one by one. The second bill or second idea is one that's been around for a while and somehow has not been able to be passed. Very popular with the community, but somehow continues to be there, which is essentially enhanced sentencing for repeat convictions for use of an illegal gun in the commission of a violent crime. And then there's some stuff about Baltimore City State's Attorney, which we don't really need to get into. That's more of a local issue. But on those two particular issues, what are your thoughts about that? And then kind of beyond that, what else, if not that, then what else should we be doing kind of short term to try to stem the violence in Baltimore City and across the state?
Yeah. So I'm going to be like a little bit of a politician on the first question. Okay. Because I'm going to answer with a different question, which is completely related, and I'll tie it back, which is about judicial transparency. One of the things we need to do, and I've been pushing for years, and you recall I brought Sandra Day O'Connor down to Annapolis on this issue, is getting rid of judicial elections. And the reason why I think those two issues are inextricably tied to the transparency issue is because we need to have the best and the most meritorious people sitting on our bench. They shouldn't be the people who raise the most money from defense lawyers, knock on the most doors, and are deciding about somebody's liberty and sitting on a judicial bench. So there's three reasons why we should get rid of judicial elections. One, taking money out of politics. The Supreme Court actually, in a case called Caperton in West Virginia, talked about that very issue, about how unseemly it is. Two, we want and this gets to the transparency issue, we want our judges to rule on each and every case that's in front of them based on the facts of the crime on the criminal side and the law that applies to those facts. We don't want them to sit there and think there's somebody in the second row that's jotting down what the sentence is without really fully fleshing out what the crime was in this person's record. And the third reason is diversity on our bench. Every person of color that has had a contested election in the history of Maryland that lives in Western Maryland, the Eastern Shore, Southern Maryland, has lost a contested election. You were a phenomenal politician. You never put the picture of your opponent on your mailers. Well, when you're a white person running for judge against an African American or Latina or Asian American, all of a sudden, this is the judge and this is who wants to be the judge, and they win every time. You know, Diamond Hill State and Alexander Wright. I mean, the elections are littered with minorities that have lost contested elections. So the transparency issue is a little bit of a problem because it has people, you can sort of fashion that any way you want to come after judges. And so that's that issue. I don't love the issue. I don't like doing it. Do we need to hold our judges accountable? Yes, we should have retention elections like we do for Court of Appeals and Court of Special Appeals.
Would you change circuit court if you want to do? If you do away with the circuit court elections, do you reduce your retention election down to 10 years, or do you keep it at 15?
You know, I'd be amenable to either. I think the 15-year number is consistent with Court of Appeals and Court of Special Appeals. We already have that in, so it makes sense for a consistency standpoint. But you could also put them all down to 10 years.
Okay.
I just don't want them elected. I just think that it's ridiculous to have. I think one of your colleagues once said, well, we have to run for office, they should too. It's like, well, they chose not to be, and you know who I'm talking about.
I do.
And they didn't choose to be politicians, they chose to be anti-politicians, they chose to be judges. So, and the second issue is on crime in Baltimore. So you have the best and the brightest judges. You identify and remove violent offenders from the street. So in terms of guns, you know, if you have a convicted felon in possession of a firearm, on the federal side, you have 5-year mandatory minimum.
Right.
On the state side, you might get a PBJ. And so we need to we need to recognize that the violent offenders need to be removed from the streets. People who have health addictions, drug addictions, they need to be helped. If you go on my website, DougGansler.com, you'll see I just rolled out our mental health platform. And because so many people that are in jail and so many people that are homeless and have mental health issues, and we need to get them help. And by the way, part of that platform is making sure we have mental health professionals available for law enforcement, because the PTSD and some of the issues that we talked about that are hurting emotionally law enforcement officers, and then they're out on the streets, you want to make sure they have access to mental health. So getting violent offenders off the streets is number one. Community police and making sure the best and the brightest police officers, like we talked about, community prosecution, and ultimately community courts. So that, as you know, in Baltimore City, for example, with so many judges, a judge says, you know, if you ever come back here before again, I'm going to throw the book at you, and then they get a different judge. But if you have judges assigned to different communities, it just takes a bigger city and shrinks it into smaller communities where that judge has seen that same defendant over and over, and they're working with them to try and help them. So we're not locking up so many people, and they're making sure that they're productive members of society. And the last thing I'll mention is something I've been talking about for years, which is returning citizens, reentry. So people coming out of jail should be able to get trained and get a certification when they're in jail, whether it's auto mechanics, whether it's culinary arts, and then give a tax break to businesses that will hire them and give them a chance. Give them a chance. No one wants to be in jail. Give them a chance to succeed. And so we need to make sure the government is supportive of those efforts.
Okay. And so I was curious because during the Ehrlich administration, you had Project Exile, and it was brought to the state. And essentially we were pushing a lot of people up into the federal system for the 5-year mandatory minimum. I assume because you don't hear that much about that anymore, that that's not going on. And so what of the idea of enhancement of sentences for the repeat violent crimes here, you know, not just in I don't want to pick on Baltimore City because it really is everywhere. And so what of the governor's plan? I haven't heard, I brought it up with a bunch of candidates and everybody kind of sloughs it away. It seems like it's pretty popular and seems like it might help, but would like to hear your perspective for somebody who's been a state's attorney and attorney general and in the system for so long.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised they slough it away because this is why it's so important, I think, to have someone as governor. And obviously I have a lot of other issues that I'm running on, the environment and a number of other things. But criminal justice is important, and and keeping people safe is critical. And so I do know what Project Exile is, and I was actually state's attorney at the time, and worked, we did a lot of stuff with interaction with the federal government and the state government. I remember when Rod Rosenstein was the U.S. attorney here, we were able to work with him. He was the first U.S. attorney on the federal side. Now we have Eric Barron, who's going to be wonderful, and one of my former guys, Phil Selden, is the chief deputy. I think the U.S. Attorney's Office of Maryland is going to excel right now. But we were able to take RICO cases, gang cases, and put them in the RICO statute and give them to the federal government, and you don't hear as much about, do we still have a gang problem? Yes, but it's gone down because a lot of it is the enforcement mechanism. So when you're looking at the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which is what we're talking about when you're talking about Project Exile, there's a 5-year mandatory minimum in the federal government. Before you take those cases to the federal government, though, you can work with, as a part of the plea agreements, and 90-something% of cases plea out, if someone's willing to accept responsibility and they want help, we should provide that so that they're not out there shooting people. So you can take that case, and before you give it to the federal government, try and work it out and get a reasonable plea for that person. But when the word mandatory minimum comes up, everyone runs away. And it's a little bit like guns. It's not binary. In the gun context, which is what we're talking about, even the gun nuts, recognize you can't walk into a gun store, you shouldn't walk into a gun store and be able to buy a bazooka, a tank, a grenade. But on the other hand, you should also, there's a middle ground, and you also shouldn't have an AK-47 either. And the law doesn't provide for you to have an AK-47. So on the streets, if you are, in terms of mandatory minimum, if you are going to have a mandatory minimum, the one crime that you should have a mandatory minimum for is a convicted felon in possession of a firearm. Period. That said, on other crimes, most other crimes, maybe perhaps all other crimes, you don't want to take the discretion away from the judges for the reason I said before, which is every criminal is different and every crime is different. And the judges should have the discretion to mete out an appropriate sentence for that person, given what the act that they committed and the proof that the government has, and hold them to the burden to be able to prove that that person indeed committed that crime.
Okay. We've talked a lot about criminal justice. We've got about 30 minutes left, so halfway through, and we've done one topic, and I know you have a lot that you do want to get to, so I'm going to move on. You have addressed already judicial elections, which is something that is important to the bar, and wanted to hear your perspective. And first year, I know you've been coming down to Annapolis for many years trying to get rid of judicial elections. Let's move on to the environment. I know that's a big part of your platform and what you did as Attorney General. Can you talk about kind of some of your accomplishments as Attorney General related to the environment, things that you were trying to work on, and then, of course, most importantly, in the Gansler administration, what is your focus in the environment, and kind of what are your specific proposals on that? Yeah,
and focusing on it, I think is important. So, the day I decided to run for governor, the sort of the moment I decided was when I was in Baltimore, sitting in a car about to go to Terra Cafe, and was finishing a phone call and watched sort of people wandering around seemingly without hope, optimism, just and a future. And in the city that's so vibrant and beautiful, with the port, with the #1 hospital in the world, with such brain power, the tech base. I mean, you can go on and on, as you know, about how wonderful Baltimore can be and should be, and thinking we just need leadership. We just need somebody in the governor's office that can do this. Well, the moment that happened for me with Attorney General, when I was driving across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge with my 2 sons in the back of the car and saying, I'm going to run for this job. It's called Attorney General. You don't really know what it is, but I'm going to clean that up. I'm going to clean up that Chesapeake Bay, because that's the treasure of our state. That's the thing that people know about all over the world. And as Attorney General, I think, and then now as governor, we have to have somebody who recognizes the importance of the environment, both from an environmental perspective and from a climate change perspective. And I think they're inextricably tied, but both important. So as Attorney General, I mean, I did things like, we did the 22 river audits where we would go, it's like a little bit like crime. You go into a neighborhood and you ask somebody, well, who's the grandma that gives cookies to the people? Who's the thug that's on the corner that the kids are afraid of? And everybody knows who the good people are and the bad people. Same on a river audit. These are the people that are polluting. These are the people that are doing great things, living shorelines and that kind of thing. And so the first thing I did was I hired a special assistant for the environment. I then started environmental counsel with General Frosch, continued. of having the leader of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, all the different groups that are doing environmental work, having them meet once a month and having them meet with people from our office that are doing the regulatory and enforcement side and talk to each other about what are the priorities, what should be the priorities. I had a legislative priority each year. Got arsenic taken out of chicken feed, for example. Worked with you on that issue, and each year I had one bill, and we passed 7 of the 8 years. The one we didn't pass was human discharge in the bay, which was shocking, but eventually got passed. So I had to, and then I was aggressive. I mean, I went after. I know fracking is one of your big issues. I went after a company called Chesapeake Energy that blew up a fracking facility in Pennsylvania where the water, where the chemicals leached into our water in Maryland. I went after American Electric Power. It was the biggest air pollution case in American history. We had the biggest water pollution case prosecutions. So we were prosecuting corporate polluters. At the same time, we were working with local organizations, river keepers and such, to help them with their programming. And then at the Conowingo Dam, which every time there's a rain event, refrigerators and cots and things go over the dam and into people's yards. I mean, getting the Army Corps of Engineers to do the dredging there, working with other states is going to be important. So when I was Attorney General, I ran the environmental group for the country. When I'm governor, I want to do the same thing. I want to make Maryland the environmental center, the California, if you will, in terms of the environment only, on the East Coast. And we have that capacity, and we have the brain power to do that, including clean energy, getting carbon neutral as soon as we can. I'm a little cynical about politicians because I've been around them too much. They say, well, in some year where I'm not going to be in office, we're going to have a carbon neutral state. Well, I want to do it while I'm still in office. And so we really got to promote that and push that, get the electric cars. Electric vehicles is an interesting subject because it's the one area where the public sector is literally and figuratively driving. That's all they're going to make. But if I walk outside of Stevenson right now, or any place in Baltimore County or in the state, there's certainly no infrastructure ready for that to happen. Right. So as the governor, that has to happen. We have to work with other states. I remember I went after a company in Virginia called Omega that was taking all the menhaden, which is the most important fish in the sea that no one's heard of, which provides it's the food for the rockfish and so forth. And we need to work with our neighbors. I mean, the bay itself, for example, and then I'll stop because you got me on the environment. The Susquehanna River starts in Cooperstown, New York. It's relatively pristine through New York. It hits Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, and other parts, and it becomes polluted. 50% of the bay water comes from that river. Well, we need to work with Josh Shapiro, who's the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, and a friend, and he'll be governor of Pennsylvania, maybe Tish James in New York, and work with our neighboring states to try and collectively address this. I played team sports my whole life. I'm 59 years old. I still play lacrosse. I work as a team. I work with the General Assembly as a team. I work with the other governors as a team, and we need to work on the environment that way.
So let me ask you a specific question. I was, as you were talking about working with the other states, including Pennsylvania, Maryland, the only state in the country, and I know you had worked on this as well, the only state in the country, by doing it in a bipartisan way with the legislature and the executive working together, banned fracking, right? We're the only state to have done that. New York did it by executive order, and I think Vermont did it, but they don't actually have any natural gas, so it was more symbolic. But the problem is that we've been able to do it in Western Maryland, but just over the border in West Virginia and in Pennsylvania, they're fracking away. And so the benefits we get, the environmental benefits and the public health benefits we get from banning it on our side don't necessarily accrue because just over the border in 2 other states they're doing it. So how do you deal with that from an environmental perspective? We have decided to make a stand on it, but just they're not. And so what do you do? Yeah,
and obviously that was one of your big issues, and congratulations on that issue. I think you first have to know what fracking is. And again, I'm the only environmentalist running for governor on the Democratic side, well, probably on either side in this race. And it's interesting because we've talked about criminal justice and the environment, and it happens to be those 2 issues are sort of in the forefront of the American public, and those are 2 issues that I'm uniquely qualified in terms of this governor's race. And so understanding what fracking is, understanding the difference between horizontal fracking, vertical fracking, and where it can be done, and where the Marcellus Shale is or isn't. And I think you need to recognize that we need a lot of alternative sources of energy. And right now, in terms of fracking, you're working with West Virginia, working with Pennsylvania, working with other states, frankly, around the country, is going to be important to get the science to make it safe. Because fracking, in an aspirational sense, is not the worst thing in the world. In other words, if it gets to be, there comes a point where it's dispositively proven that it's safe for the environment, then it's a very cheap natural resource. But we're not anywhere near there, so we need to not have it until we're there. So helping to incentivize the science of it is one thing, but also working with our neighboring states. Now, the difficulty is going to be because it's such a Republican year, and I'm the only person in the Democrat, I think the Gansler poll shows this, and I think you can talk to me, I'm the only person that can win the general election that's in the Democratic primary. And so it's going to be very difficult in these other states to have Democratic governors, but because I worked so well across the aisle, when I ran for president of the National Association of Attorneys General, I won 50-0. The Republicans voted for me, the Democrats voted for me. That's how I work. And so we can do the best we can on fracking and other issues, particularly environmental issues, with neighboring states, but I'm just hopeful that some like-minded thinking people get in those offices.
Okay. Anything you missed on environmental issues that you're trying to bring to the fore?
Well, if you look at our website, we have it's a very complicated, complex program. We have 32 different points on there that talk about some of the things we want to do. One of the, when I was Attorney General, we moved the critical areas back 50, where you could build in the critical areas from 50 feet to 100 feet. I actually have a moratorium on sprawl, because that's one of the biggest problems we have, like on the Eastern Shore. We've been fighting a development called Lakeside. It's over 2,000 homes in a little town called Trapp, which you've probably passed on the way to the beach. And we ought to have smart growth. We ought to have growth in the downtown areas. Senator Ron Young from Frederick endorsed me for my race because for a lot of reasons. One, he wants to win. That's what he says. He wants to have he's sick of losing these races. But two, because I'm supporting a conference center in downtown Frederick. Frederick's the biggest city in America that doesn't have a downtown hotel. And so where do you build the hotel? You build it downtown where you have parking and it's environmental safe, and that's where the other buildings are. And so we can't have sprawl. So part of our plan is to have a moratorium on sprawl in the critical areas. And I think that will help as well. So there's a lot of points on the platform, but it's all on the website.
Okay, let's move on. You mentioned cannabis before. That's obviously a big issue. Maryland has decriminalized small amounts of marijuana, has a now robust medical cannabis industry, and patients are able to access it to some extent, and that took a long time to get here. All of a sudden, states around the country are looking to legalize. You have endorsed the legalization of recreational marijuana. I guess my question is, what does that plan look like? Because it's probably going to land on the next governor's lap. If the tea leaves are right and all they're doing is a referendum this year, the next governor is going to have to deal with this issue. What does your plan look like? And kind of as a corollary to that, how do you, one of the issues that at least has come up in other states is that the medical industry has been hurt, and so you have this strange competition between the recreational side and the medical side. So I guess I'll throw it out to you. What does your plan look like, and how do you address these types of issues?
Well, first you have to understand, and the reason why, look, I'm the only person in the Democratic race with the vision, experience, and record that people are looking for. The Democratic values, Democratic principles, and experience actually doing them in federal. I mean, more than half the people I'm running against have never run for dog catcher. I mean, and so having the ability to work with the legislature, I think, is critical, and getting the bill passed in the best form. I see that as a false choice. I think that the medical industry and the recreational industry can work together. I've actually represented minority-owned businesses and others in the cannabis space in my private sector as a lawyer, which I do now, and sort of seeing some of those issues. Now, the good side of us being behind legalization of recreational use of marijuana is that other states have had it. You remember in the medical space, Colorado, I think, was the first or second to do it. And something like 85% of people that had prescriptions for arthritis to get the medical marijuana were under 26 years old. So the system was abused. Right. And there's been protections put in over time in Maryland, and that would have to, and now that we've seen sort of what works and what doesn't around the country, I think you want to bring the best and the brightest to bear there. And so the idea is to make sure there's equity in the small businesses that we're going to have providing that. We need to make sure there's regulation, that we're not over-regulating, but making sure it's safe, and that we get the tax money, and we can use it for, to put in the blueprint going forward for education and pre-K and universal child care and some of the other issues that I want to do. So I don't have the full answer to exactly what it's going to look like, other than take the best components of how it's been implemented in other states and do that in Maryland.
Okay. All right. We've got a lot to go through. We're going to get to education in a second. I didn't want to leave public safety completely. An issue that is not talked about enough in public safety is juvenile justice, because that's the precursor, obviously, to individuals committing actual crimes. Any thoughts about what a Gansler administration would look like in terms of that issue? Where are we falling down? Because the recidivism rate is stubbornly high with kids that go into the system, and they end up turning into better criminals. And so I guess you've dealt with this as state's attorney and through your career. Any thoughts about what we should be doing differently?
Juvenile justice, as you know, is the most difficult area of criminal law, really, because by definition, you're dealing with juveniles. And we've been talking a little bit lately about the Beltway snipers, one of my cases that I prosecuted where John Muhammad actually was executed in Virginia, but Malvo was a juvenile at the time. Now the problem with a guy like Malvo, who was a serial killer that killed 22 people across the country, is that he was a juvenile. So as they say, bad cases make bad law. Everyone's like, oh well, look at that guy. But most juvenile offenders are minor offenders. They're just starting on the path toward bigger crimes. The issues are complicated because they come, they come from broken homes. They come from places where they don't have food. They come from schools in Baltimore City where, a low percentage of children that actually live long enough to graduate from high school and can graduate from high school, a high percentage of them can't read at an 8th grade level, and you're trying to figure out why they're getting in trouble. So it's complicated. I don't think more enforcement is the answer for juveniles. I think more social services and being available to juvenile offenders is critical. Part of education is that there are ramifications and consequences for your acts. So we started teen court in Montgomery County, where we actually had teens adjudicate smaller level cases of other juveniles, and they actually ended up being more harsh in their penalties than the judges would in most cases. But if having that door clank behind you is often a wake-up call, even if it's a night, one night or whatever. So I think we really need to look at juvenile justice reform in a serious way, but recognizing the complexity of it going forward.
So how about, you brought up the Malvo case. One of the proposals, or actually one of the issues I think that's already been passed is, and continuing conversation nationally is, should juveniles be able to get life without parole, or should they, are kids just kids, as some legislators would have you believe? You have a kid who shoots 22 people, and they end up back out on the street when they're 30 or 40 years old. Is that an appropriate response, or what are your thoughts? I mean, I know that there's a constitutional issue with mandatory life without parole for juveniles. That's unconstitutional, but the possibility of it is not. Where do you fall on that?
No, it's interesting.
A tough issue.
And Malvo is interesting. So, you'll recall I led the Joint Sniper Task Force at that time for those 22 days in 2002, and they went to Virginia because John Ashcroft at the time wanted to get the death penalty for juveniles. They lost that case. Ultimately came back. We prosecuted the case, and as the judge said, it was the perfect trial, and it worked out really well. But was the most interesting thing when you talk about Malvo is he wrote me a letter from jail, and he wanted to meet with me to talk about that. At this time, he was sort of no longer associated mentally with Muhammad, and so we brought him into the office. When I say the office, I mean my office, my state's attorney's office, heavily armed. And what do you say to a serial killer? So I said, how are you spending your time in jail? And he said, well, I read a lot. I said, what are you reading? And he said, The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. And we got into this 15-minute conversation about Peter Keating and Howard Roark and the difference of the two characters. And I'm like, this is a tragedy. It's a tragedy for the 22 families that lost loved ones and the people that died, as well as the communities that were just scared because of these guys and what they did to all of us, the terrorism they wreaked upon Maryland and other states. On the other hand, you're taking a 17-year-old and putting him in a cage for the next 40, 50, 60 years. Again, bad cases make bad law, so taking him away for a second because of the egregious nature of the crime, there are a lot of 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds that commit crimes. We were all different when we were 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. So I am constitutional, the constitutional decisions that were made by the Supreme Court aside, I don't think juveniles should ever have been executed. I don't think juveniles should ever get life without the possibility of parole. Okay. I think everybody should be given a second chance and can be rehabilitated. It's difficult to imagine, again, taking Malvo out of many cases. There are some, of many cases where somebody who committed a crime when they're a juvenile, after spending 20 or 25 years, I mean, most people wouldn't want to spend 25 minutes, let alone 25 days in jail. And we just throw these numbers out like they're, because most people haven't been part of the criminal justice system. But someone spent 25 years in jail for a crime they committed when they're 16, 17, 18 years old ought to be able to come before a parole board and make their case as to how they can be productive members of society. Just because you're parole eligible doesn't mean you get parole.
Did you agree with what they just did, I think yesterday, which is to take the governor out of the parole process?
I mean, sort of. Like, I don't think law should be personalized. Like one of my competitors, they stripped all his powers as comptroller because they didn't like him. That's a problem in the sense that that the job, someone's got to be regulating alcohol and tobacco, and so looking at who the governor happens to be, we have a long line of Republican governors, and if I don't win the primary, we're going to have another one. So do you say, well, we're going to have a Republican governor, therefore we should take them out of the process? I find that a little troubling. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other, because as governor, I'm very sympathetic and understanding about what the system ought to look like, and I don't think people should spend. If someone should be given parole, they should be given parole, and I'm not going to stand in the way of that anyway, because the professionals have looked at it. I do think we incarcerate too many people, and I do think there's a lot of old people in jail that were there when they were young, and we're paying for their health care, and we're paying to lock them up and their security for no particular reason when they're not a danger whatsoever to themselves or the community. And we ought to be a little bit more flexible in looking at seniors that are locked up for crimes they committed when they were juveniles.
Okay. We have a little less than 10 minutes left, and I've got some rapid round questions
Boom.
I want to ask you. Some yes, no with maybe a little explanation. All right, the first one is, and I've asked all the candidates this because it's an interesting issue, there are some legal ramifications, but at its core, it's an economic issue, and this has to do with this so-called BDS movement, right? And the governor, based on a bill by Senator Kramer and others, put an executive order in that said that companies that are involved in this boycotting of one of our sister states, Israel, cannot do business with the state of Maryland. They can't participate in our 401k or our pension plan, can't get state contracts. As governor, will you keep that executive order in place?
Absolutely, and we'll go a little further. When I was Attorney General, I worked with the Attorney General of Georgia, who was a Republican, Sam Olens, and we asked to have Maryland divest in companies that were dealing with Iran at the time because of their issues. And I led a delegation to Israel of Attorneys General and talked about that we wrote a letter and we talked about that very issue when we were there. I worked with Israel on the Scheinbein case when a young man murdered Alfredo Teo in Montgomery County and then fled to Israel in terms of getting him back. I've spent a lot of time in Israel. I went there in high school. My son played for Team Israel lacrosse. And it's not only a wonderful country, but the government budget, the Maryland budget, is a moral document. And how we use that is critical. And we should not be supporting companies that boycott Israel. So yes.
Okay. Judicial elections we've gone through. There was an interesting conversation in one of the other interviews about school resource officer programs. And I set it up, and I feel like I may slant the question, but I'm not trying to. In Baltimore County, there's a proposal by a delegate, I believe from Howard County, to ban the SRO program. In Baltimore County, we have what is widely considered the national model for school resource officer programs, and the National School Resource Officer of the Year is actually a Baltimore County SRO. It seems to me a program that fits in the mold of community policing, but there's at least some faction of individuals based on whatever that want to get rid of that program. As governor, would you support the SRO program for places like Baltimore County, or do you believe that they should get rid of that program?
I don't believe they should get rid of the program at all. I think that it's actually a very useful program. It is part of community policing. In fact, those who are worried about disproportionate arrests of juveniles should look at the statistics and facts to show that schools that have SROs actually have a reduced number, because the police officers work with the kids there and say, hey, that you shouldn't be doing that, and they have conversations. I also, as part of my mental health platform that I just put out this past week, that's also available at Gansler.com, we're talking about having mental health officers in all the schools. So any school, for every 250 kids, there ought to be a mental health officer, somebody that can talk to because of mental health issues. We talked about Grace's Law before and the bullying online and some of these issues that you ought to have a mental health professional. But you also ought to have, if communities want to have SROs, if counties like Baltimore County want to have SROs, they ought to be able to have them. We haven't had it too often in Maryland, but you have school shootings, that kind of thing. You want someone there, and a police officer already there. So I don't really understand the argument against it. So I certainly would, unless somebody can convince me that it's a bad thing for minorities, communities of color, or children to have, I'm dating myself, but officer friendly in the school, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Couple other things real fast before I let you do a wrap up. There's a new new idea that just came out. I'm not quite sure the details of it, but essentially it's to put into our Constitution a constitutional amendment for a clean environment. And I guess the question, I assume that would allow you to sue under the Constitution for things like, spills or what have you, as a private citizen. Is that a good idea or a bad idea? I think it's based on the Pennsylvania constitutional amendment.
So I pushed, when I was Attorney General, I pushed a bill with Aaron Fitzsimmons, who was my Special Assistant for the Environment, and through the Environmental Council that we set up, we passed a bill that gave standing to environmental agencies to sue the government and to sue for environmental infractions. So I'm okay. I like the idea of standing for people to be able to sue. I think we're very restrictive on standing vis-a-vis the environment. That said, making some unenforceable constitutional amendment around it seems to me a little bit of a stretch. I'd rather elect a governor that's an environmentalist and work from the top down.
Okay. And again, we are rapidly running out of time, so I'm going to give you 2 minutes, which I know is not enough, to talk about education, because I know you had mentioned that before. In 2 minutes before your wrap up, what does a Gansler education program look like? Was the blueprint on the right track? And if so, what else beyond that should we be doing?
Yeah, and I guess I could almost do this a yes/no as well, because who the next governor is going to be absolutely critical to the blueprint and the Kerwin Commission. And if you look at the Gansler poll, which said a moderate Republican beats a progressive Democrat in Maryland next year by almost 20%, because it's going to be such a Republican year, that if I don't win the primary, and therefore that we don't have a Democrat as governor, the blueprint's going in the trash. I mean, we're going to have a Republican governor. They're certainly not going to pass it. They're going to be against it. And so the amount of effort that Britt Kerwin put in and the commission put in to get the blueprint passed and to get it there and to have the adequate funding will be of no moment. So I think that's number one. Number two, some of the elements of the blueprint are essential. For example, pre-K, universal pre-K. We see that by the time the kids from underserved communities show up at kindergarten, the divide is already so great that they never catch up. And we need to pay our teachers more. We have to respect and pay our teachers. They're who we give our children to. We ought to have every kid has to be able to read at a 8th grade level by 8th grade. and not when they're graduating from high school. So we need to focus on educational reform, but we need to have a Democrat as governor.
Okay. So now we have come to the end. I want to first of all say thank you so much for being here with me for this hour at FLU. Talked about a lot of interesting legal issues, and I want to give you the last chance to just kind of one more time tell us, come the primary election in June and beyond that, why should the members of the bar and those who are watching this and beyond that, their families and everybody else in Maryland, elect Doug Gansler as the next governor of the state of Maryland?
Well, thank you, Bobby. Thanks again for the opportunity. I mean, I think members of the bar. I'm the only practicing member of the bar that's running for governor. So I know the folks at the bar. I'm at the Baltimore County dinner every year. When I spoke at it, I did not get rolls thrown at me. I don't think. I think I got up and off.
I'm sure that's not true.
Yeah, no, I think I knew about it, and so I kind of got up on stage and got off quickly enough that I didn't get them thrown at me. But but I know that. I know what that is all about. And so I've spoken to state bar, county bar associations through my for decades, and I understand the travails and challenges of being a lawyer in Maryland. So I think, and I understand the laws. I was the chief law enforcement officer. I was the chief legal officer of the state of Maryland, and so I think that's an advantage for members of the bar to have as their governor. I also will repeat, but I do believe that I'm the only person running for governor with democratic values, experience, and a record of accomplishment that will provide me the opportunity on day one to be an effective governor. This is no time to experiment coming out of a crisis, which is COVID. Nobody wants, as somebody said to me the other day, I at least want my NFL quarterbacks to have played high school ball. And you don't want to hire a lawyer that didn't go to law school. You don't want to hire a doctor that didn't go to medical school. And many of the people I'm running against, while wonderful people, they're great at their raising money for their nonprofits or whatever they've done, and have accomplishments. You got to have the experience is required to know how to work the levers of government to get things done to be able to be a governor. So I think it's an important election. Politicians always say this is the most important election of your lives. It's not, but I do think for things like women's reproductive rights, criminal justice, for the environment, for rebuilding the economy after COVID, you need somebody with experience. I have that experience.
Okay. Well, we've come to the end. I again want to say thank you so much for spending the hour with us. And
thank you.
On behalf of the Maryland State Bar Association and Stevenson University, I just want to thank you so much for joining us. It was an honor to have you this morning.
You wear this moderator role well. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself: the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations, where
crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
For 125 years, the Maryland State Bar Association has been the home of the legal profession. Tens of thousands of our members have built a legacy of service, thought leadership, connection. And we're just getting started. This year, we celebrate our 125th anniversary. We're paving the way for continued innovation, growth, and impact. We're ready for what's next. Join us.
So ever since I've been here, I've had a lot of different opportunities to practice the law as well as learn about the law, whether that's in classes that are about different types of law and how to apply that in different cases, or whether that's in practical use like in mock trial where you're practicing arguments, cross-examining witnesses, or if they're helping you get internships in Baltimore City, in defense firms, or with the state's attorney's office. After my time at Stevenson, I'll be attending St. John's School of Law, which is in New York City. I'm actually going to be part of the scholarship program there as a Ron Brown Scholar. I'm really excited to go to New York and take my experiences here and all the skills and tools that I've learned and bring those to that school as well. The thing that makes Stevenson a great place for people that want to go to law school is because it will show you how to argue, it will show you how to look at the law differently, and it will show you how to use the law to help people that really need that help. Stevenson will give you the tools as well as the knowledge to be able to apply those things to your life and to the community and help those that need it.
This year, we witnessed unprecedented change in the ways we work, learn, and connect with each other. Here at the Maryland State Bar Association, we've helped our profession rise to the occasion and meet these challenges head on. Your membership makes this possible. This year, your membership helped us fight for public policies and initiatives that protect the interests of attorneys, allowing practitioners and firms to continue to serve clients and the public effectively. Your membership helped us keep the entire profession informed of breaking news related to COVID-19, providing information, context, and guidance. Your membership helped us innovate our CLE to bring more relevant learning to more attorneys in formats that are convenient for you. Your membership supported the well-being of attorneys and our local communities, thanks to our Lawyer Assistance Program and other partner organizations. Although you may never know the individuals or peers that you are helping through your membership, you are making an impact and changing lives every day. Thanks to your membership, we are the voice of Maryland's legal profession, uniting attorneys, law firms, the judiciary, and our communities in the pursuit of justice. Your membership makes this possible. Let's build on our success in the year ahead.
We're really excited about our new track and field complex, and we were fortunate enough to have a lot of time to really do the research before building the facility, and we looked at a lot of different big Division I schools and really looked at how we could make it kind of the best facility where the student athletes are going to have the best experience and the best opportunities to compete. This facility is going to allow Stevenson to host large-scale meets and become a regional hub for track and field competitions. Some of the things I'm most excited about are we're going to be able to run sprints on both sides of the track in both directions, so we'll always be able to have a tailwind. We also have 4 separate long jump and triple jump pits with 2 different runways. We have the ability to have 4 different pole vault pits running in 2 different directions. A separate throwing area that has a javelin runway that is a rubber surface, plus separate shot put area, and another area with a cage and dual circles for the hammer and the discus. Also, the Owings Mills East facility is going to have a 6K and an 8K cross-country course for the college athletes, and also a 5K distance for the high school athletes. Additionally, we have a Binen poured rubber surface that is comparable to the surfaces that a lot of the top-level athletes in the country train on, and what a lot of the top universities in the country train on. Ultimately, when this facility is completed, our students are going to be fortunate that they're going to have the opportunity to train and compete on one of the top facilities in the country, regardless of division.
We are very excited about having the new turf field at the Owings Mills East campus. First reason, it is the preferred surface, so it's a carpet turf, and that is a very rare thing to have, especially on the Division III level, but even in the state of Maryland, where we're only the 3rd university in this state that has that preferred surface for field hockey. So it is really advantageous to our team to be able to play on the faster premier surface, as well as for recruits coming in looking for that preferred surface. Just an absolutely wonderful opportunity for us to teach elite skills on campus here at Stevenson University, and also the potential for other people to come in and utilize it as well, like outside clubs, even U.S. field hockey, because this type of surface is very rare for our sport indeed.
We're really excited about this whole complex for the university. This complex will serve not only our NCAA student athletes, but our club sport athletes that compete intercollegiately, and our general student population. This is for our whole campus. With our brand new baseball and softball diamonds, they will have a natural setting where we'll have the green outfields for each of them. We will also have double-sided batting cages for both baseball and softball. In addition, our 2 Bermuda grass fields are world-class. The Bermuda grass is the preferred surface for soccer to be played on. In fact, we are part of the bid for Baltimore, D.C. for the FIFA World Cup. We will be one of their practice sites. The quality of these Bermuda grass fields will be an elite level for our NCAA program, our club sports, and our general student population as well. A 3rd field that will be used for our general student population will be a Kentucky bluegrass field that we will be able to serve our students in the fall and spring, but also for camps and other recreational events during the summer. All of our quality facilities, we will be able to draw into a production area that will broadcast us on the Roku channel, Apple TV, and Fire TV. As we complete the Owings Mills East campus, these facilities will give our students and our student athletes an unbelievable experience and atmosphere for them to continue their education.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself. the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself. The moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
For 125 years, the Maryland State Bar Association has been the home of the legal profession. Tens of thousands of our members have built a legacy of service, thought leadership, connection. And we're just getting started. This year, we celebrate our 125th anniversary. We're paving the way for continued innovation, growth, and impact. We're ready for what's next. Join us.
So ever since I've been here, I've had a lot of different opportunities to practice the law as well as learn about the law, whether that's in classes that are about different types of law and how to apply that in different cases, or whether that's in practical use like in mock trial where you're practicing arguments, cross-examining witnesses, or if they're helping you get internships in Baltimore City, in defense firms, or with the state's attorney's office. After my time at Stevenson, I'll be attending St. John's School of Law, which is in New York City. I'm actually going to be part of the scholarship program there as a Ron Brown Scholar. I'm really excited to go to New York and take my experiences here and all of the skills and tools that I've learned and bring those to that school as well. The thing that makes Stevenson a great place for people that want to go to law school is because it will show you how to argue, it will show you how to look at the law differently, and it will show you how to use the law to help people that really need that help. Stevenson will give you the tools as well as the knowledge to be able to apply those things to your life and to the community and help those that need it.
This year, we witnessed unprecedented change in the ways we work, learn, and connect with each other. Here at the Maryland State Bar Association, we've helped our profession rise to the occasion and meet these challenges head on. Your membership makes this possible. This year, your membership helped us fight for public policies and initiatives that protect the interests of attorneys, allowing practitioners and firms to continue to serve clients and the public effectively. Your membership helped us keep the entire profession informed of breaking news related to COVID-19, providing information, context, and guidance. Your membership helped us innovate our CLE to bring more relevant learning to more attorneys in formats that are convenient for you. Your membership supported the well-being of attorneys and our local communities, thanks to our Lawyer Assistance Program and other partner organizations. Although you may never know the individuals or peers that you are helping through your membership, you are making an impact and changing lives every day. Thanks to your membership, we are the voice of Maryland's legal profession, uniting attorneys, law firms, the judiciary, and our communities in the pursuit of justice. Your membership makes this possible. Let's build on our success in the year ahead.
We're really excited about our new track and field complex, and we were fortunate enough to have a lot of time to really do the research before building the facility, and we looked at a lot of different big Division I schools and really looked at how we could make it kind of the best facility where the student athletes are going to have the best experience and the best opportunities to compete. This facility is going to allow Stevenson to host large-scale meets and become a regional hub for track and field competitions. Some of the things I'm most excited about are we're going to be able to run sprints on both sides of the track in both directions, so we'll always be able to have a tailwind. We also have 4 separate long jump and triple jump pits with 2 different runways. We have the ability to have 4 different pole vault pits running in 2 different directions. A separate throwing area that has a javelin runway that is a rubber surface, plus separate shot put area, and another area with a cage and dual circles for the hammer and the discus. Also, the Owings Mills East facility is going to have a 6K and an 8K cross-country course for the college athletes, and also a 5K distance for the high school athletes. Additionally, we have a Binen poured rubber surface that is comparable to the surfaces that a lot of the top level athletes in the country train on, and what a lot of the top universities in the country train on. Ultimately, when this facility is completed, our students are going to be fortunate that they're going to have the opportunity to train and compete on one of the top facilities in the country, regardless of division.
We are very excited about having the new turf field at the Owings Mills East campus. First reason, it is the preferred surface, so it's a carpet turf, and that is a very rare thing to have, especially on the Division III level, but even in the state of Maryland, where we're only the 3rd university in this state that has that preferred surface for field hockey. So it is really advantageous to our team to be able to play on the faster premier surface, as well as for recruits coming in looking for that preferred surface. Just an absolutely wonderful opportunity for us to teach elite skills on campus here at Stevenson University, and also the potential for other people to come in and utilize it as well, like outside clubs, even U.S. field hockey, because this type of surface is very rare for our sport indeed.
We're really excited about this whole complex for the university. This complex will serve not only our NCAA student athletes, but our club sport athletes that compete intercollegiately, and our general student population. This is for our whole campus. With our brand new baseball and softball diamonds, they will have a natural setting where we'll have the green outfields for each of them. We will also have double-sided batting cages for both baseball and softball. In addition, our 2 Bermuda grass fields are world class. The Bermuda grass is the preferred surface for soccer to be played on. In fact, we are part of the bid for Baltimore, D.C. for the FIFA World Cup. We will be one of their practice sites. The quality of these Bermuda grass fields will be an elite level for our NCAA program, our club sports, and our general student population as well. A third field that will be used for our general student population will be a Kentucky bluegrass field that we will be able to serve our students in the fall and spring, but also for camps and other recreational events during the summer. All of our quality facilities, we will be able to draw into a production area that will broadcast us on the Roku channel, Apple TV, and Fire TV. As we complete the Owings Mills East campus, these facilities will give our students and our student athletes an unbelievable experience and atmosphere for them to continue their education.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself: the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself: the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
For 125 years, the Maryland State Bar Association has been the home of the legal profession. Tens of thousands of our members have built a legacy of service, thought leadership, connection. And we're just getting started. This year, we celebrate our 125th anniversary. We're paving the way for continued innovation, growth, and impact. We're ready for what's next. Join us.
So ever since I've been here, I've had a lot of different opportunities to practice the law as well as learn about the law, whether that's in classes that are about different types of law and how to apply that in different cases, or whether that's in practical use like in mock trial where you're practicing arguments, cross-examining witnesses, or if they're helping you get internships in Baltimore City, in defense firms, or with the state's attorney's office. After my time at Stevenson, I'll be attending St. John's School of Law, which is in New York City. I'm actually going to be part of the scholarship program there as a Ron Brown Scholar. I'm really excited to go to New York and take my experiences here and all of the skills and tools that I've learned and bring those to that school as well. The thing that makes Stevenson a great place for people that want to go to law school is because it will show you how to argue, it will show you how to look at the law differently, and it will show you how to use the law to help people that really need that help. Stevenson will give you the tools as well as the knowledge to be able to apply those things to your life and to the community and help those that need it.
This year, we witnessed unprecedented change in the ways we work, learn, and connect with each other. Here at the Maryland State Bar Association, we've helped our profession rise to the occasion and meet these challenges head on. Your membership makes this possible. This year, your membership helped us fight for public policies and initiatives that protect the interests of attorneys, allowing practitioners and firms to continue to serve clients and the public effectively. Your membership helped us keep the entire profession informed of breaking news related to COVID-19, providing information, context, and guidance. Your membership helped us innovate our CLE to bring more relevant learning to more attorneys in formats that are convenient for you. Your membership supported the well-being of attorneys and our local communities, thanks to our Lawyer Assistance Program and other partner organizations. Although you may never know the individuals or peers that you are helping through your membership, you are making an impact and changing lives every day. Thanks to your membership, we are the voice of Maryland's legal profession, uniting attorneys, law firms, the judiciary, and our communities in the pursuit of justice. Your membership makes this possible. Let's build on our success in the year ahead.
We're really excited about our new track and field complex, and we were fortunate enough to have a lot of time to really do the research before building the facility, and we looked at a lot of different big Division I schools and really looked at how we could make it kind of the best facility where the student athletes are going to have the best experience and the best opportunities to compete. This facility is going to allow Stevenson to host large-scale meets and become a regional hub for track and field competitions. Some of the things I'm most excited about are we're going to be able to run sprints on both sides of the track in both directions, so we'll always be able to have a tailwind. We also have 4 separate long jump and triple jump pits with 2 different runways. We have the ability to have 4 different pole vault pits running in 2 different directions. A separate throwing area that has a javelin runway that is a rubber surface, plus separate shot put area, and another area with a cage and dual circles for the hammer and the discus. Also, the Owings Mills East facility is going to have a 6K and an 8K cross-country course for the college athletes, and also a 5K distance for the high school athletes. Additionally, we have a Bynum poured rubber surface that is comparable to the surfaces that a lot of the top level athletes in the country train on, and what a lot of the top universities in the country train on. Ultimately, when this facility is completed, our students are going to be fortunate that they're going to have the opportunity to train and compete on one of the top facilities in the country, regardless of division.
We are very excited about having the new turf field at the Owings Mills East campus. First reason, it is the preferred surface, so it's a carpet turf, and that is a very rare thing to have, especially on the Division III level, but even in the state of Maryland, where we're only the third university in this state that has that preferred surface for field hockey. So it is really advantageous to our team to be able to play on the faster premier surface, as well as for recruits coming in looking for that preferred surface. Just an absolutely wonderful opportunity for us to teach elite skills on campus here at Stevenson University, and also the potential for other people to come in and utilize it as well, like outside clubs, even U.S. field hockey, because this type of surface is very rare for our sport indeed.
We're really excited about this whole complex for the university. This complex will serve not only our NCAA student athletes, but our club sport athletes that compete intercollegiately, and our general student population. This is for our whole campus. With our brand new baseball and softball diamonds, they will have a natural setting where we'll have the green outfields for each of them. We will also have double-sided batting cages for both baseball and softball. In addition, our two Bermuda grass fields are world class. The Bermuda grass is the preferred surface for soccer to be played on. In fact, we are part of the bid for Baltimore, D.C. for the FIFA World Cup. We will be one of their practice sites. The quality of these Bermuda grass fields will be an elite level for our NCAA program, our club sports, and our general student population as well. A third field that will be used for our general student population will be a Kentucky bluegrass field that we will be able to serve our students in the fall and spring, but also for camps and other recreational events during the summer. All of our quality facilities, we will be able to draw into a production area that will broadcast us on the Roku channel, Apple TV, and Fire TV. As we complete the Owings Mills East campus, these facilities will give our students and our student athletes an unbelievable experience and atmosphere for them to continue their education.
All right, well, good afternoon and welcome back for another interview. We are on behalf of the Maryland State Bar Association and Stevenson University, just want to welcome you. I am honored to be here today with Wes Moore, renowned author and philanthropist, and he's going to tell you all about himself, but just an honor to be here with you today and to hear about you and your vision, Democratic candidate for governor of the great state of Maryland. So welcome. Thanks for being with us today.
It's my honor, Senator. It's great to be with you.
Great. Well, let me start here. You are certainly a well-known figure in Maryland, but for those who may not know you, who is Wes Moore? What is your story? And I don't mean in political terms. I just mean your personal story. And how is it that you kind of came to be here sitting with me today running for the Chief Executive Officer of the great state of Maryland?
Well, my story is that I'm a Marylander through and through. This is where I was born. It's where I came of age. It's where I've had some of my most amazing and traumatic memories. It's where I built my career. It's where I fell in love. It's where we're raising our kids. And I think about that in context of where we are right now and the thing that kind of brought me to this moment. Because I think about the fact that I have two memories of my father. And the second memory was when he went to the hospital and his face was unshaven and his clothes were disheveled. And when he got to the hospital, there were questions about whether or not he had insurance. When my mom got to the hospital, they asked her questions like, is he prone to exaggeration? And my father was asked to leave the hospital with the instructions to go home and get some rest, and if it got worse, to come back. And 5 hours later, he died in front of me. And he died from a treatable virus. And I think about that in context because I saw my mom become a single mom who was now going to raise these three kids on her own, and this was not the life that she prepared for or that she prayed for. And that singular incident had such a significant impact on our family, where you watch how these singular shocks can send everything into a tailspin. Where I first felt handcuffs on my wrists when I was 11 years old. My mom got her first job that gave her benefits when I was 14. And this is a woman with a master's degree. And I knew from an early age that I wanted to devote my life to public service. And that's what I've done, whether it's leading soldiers in combat with the 82nd Airborne Division, whether it was being a successful small business owner here in Maryland, where we were helping students make it to and through college, or whether it was running one of the largest nonprofits in America, focusing on creating economic mobility and using data and investing smart in things that work and actually bringing them to scale. And so I think about the time that we are in right now as a state, where we are a remarkable state, just remarkably inequitable. And we have to grow, but we need to make sure that we are growing collectively. And so my focus, and really focusing on the economics of this, it's work, wages, and wealth. Those are the things that I'm really centering as my North Stars as I'm entering into this gubernatorial race.
Okay, well, let's get into it then. Let's talk about, both in a general sense and in a specific sense, Wes Moore becomes the next governor of the state of Maryland, and what are your initiatives, legislation that you want the General Assembly to pass, or specific bills? And I'm going to leave this as a general topic to talk about whatever you want to talk about, and then we'll get into some specific ones, public safety, environment, and so forth. So what does a Wes Moore first year in office look like?
Yeah, well, the first year in office is that we are going to build the most remarkable administration that is going to be focused on results, that is going to be inclusive, and that's going to make sure that we're really tailoring on high quality and high touch for the people for the state of Maryland. And my North Stars of what we're going to expect for everything, it's really focusing on this idea of creating work, wages, and wealth, and pathways to all three of those things for Marylanders. That is going to mean that we are going to properly implement the blueprint for Maryland's future, which I was very proud to work on for the past few years with a whole series of legislators, not just making sure we got it passed, but then also having to focus on the override. But really making sure that we're doing things like implementing a universal pre-K system for all of our students, because all the data continues to show the earlier we get students in a structured academic environment, the better it is for them and the better it is for the family. That we are going to invest in our apprenticeship programs and our trade programs and our community colleges. I'm the only candidate in this race who has an associate's degree, for example, and I know we're both Blue Jays, we're both Hopkins grads, and people say you were the first Black Rhodes Scholar in the history of Johns Hopkins University, and the ring that you wear is from your junior college. And it's true, because I believe in the value that we can get from our community colleges, our junior colleges, our trade programs. And so we're going to make sure we're creating proper work pathways. We're going to make sure we're addressing things like the wage gaps that we see. We're going to accelerate the $15 minimum wage because right now we have too many Marylanders who are working, and in some cases working multiple jobs, and still living below the poverty line. We've got to make sure we're accelerating and increasing, speeding up the minimum wage, and we have to make sure we're focusing on measurements of wealth and economic security for people, and giving people the opportunity to pass something off to their children besides debt. And so all of these things that we're going to focus on, transportation, education, making our state more competitive for our businesses, those are all things that are going to lead to the ends, which is going to be work, wages, and wealth.
So for those who don't really understand the blueprint, which, you know, maybe some, that's the education, the big 2-year program that that was put together and has been passed into legislation, but not fully funded. In fact, not funded beyond I think the first year or two.
Yeah,
so
first 2 years. Yeah.
First year. So I guess the question is, and there was a veto of it based on cost, not necessarily based on, or at least the veto message was based on the cost of it and the funding source not being. I'm unfortunately old enough to remember the Thornton Commission long before that, which also didn't have a funding source. And so I guess the question is, for the blueprint, which is this massive education increase for our kids, how do you get the money for that? Like, where does it come from? Is it through tax increases? Is it through savings? And if so, what are those? I guess that's the big rub on the blueprint for education. Have you been able to yet to think through how to get that done?
Absolutely, and you can get this done without being able to make adjustments on income taxes or anything at all. We have first, I think it's important for us to center why this is so important. Everything that we're talking about, what it means to create a 21st century education for our students, it's all about economics. Because right now, here's the challenge. The challenge we have is that if you just look nationally, just last month, we had 10 million available jobs inside the country. 8.5 million people file for unemployment. People say, well, how does that make sense? It makes sense because we have jobs that are available and people who are not qualified for those jobs. So we have jobs that are sitting vacant, many of which, a million jobs here in the state of Maryland that we have, that are just sitting vacant because we don't have people who have that prerequisite skill sets. So we have to make sure we have a K-12 system that's working in partnership with our higher education system, that's actually creating pathways for people to have those type of employment options. We need to make sure that we're doing things like that the blueprint calls for, of introducing and pipelining more teachers and educators and paraeducators of color into the classroom as we're continuing to serve a more diverse state and a more diverse K-12 student body. We have to make sure that we're doing more in terms of creating investing in P-TECH platforms, where you have the private sector and the nonprofits who are working in combination with our community colleges and our K-12 system. So when a student finishes their high school education, they have a high school degree, an associate's degree, and a job offer. Making sure we're creating all those mechanisms is going to be crucial and heavily important to us. Now, we also have a brand new balance sheet as a state. This is the important thing when we talk about what are we going to invest in that is going to actually create long-term return for our citizens, long-term return for our children, long-term return for our families. The reality is if you're just looking at ARPA, we now have about $3.7 billion that's going to be coming into the state in discretionary capital. There's an additional $1.7 billion that's coming in for education alone. There's anywhere from $4.5 billion that's going to be coming in for transportation and infrastructure. The reality is we have a brand new balance sheet as a state.
Those are one-time those aren't ongoing
they're not.
revenues, though.
And they're not ongoing, but the beauty of this investment, the beauty of this opportunity is how can we make sure that we can turn that 3.7 into 9.4 because it can be leveraged. And when I say leveraged, it means both how are we working with the private sector, how are we working with other entities to have leveraged investments into these things that we know are going to have outsized returns for our society. And the second thing is this gives us a unique opportunity to be able to deal with everything from long-term and long-needed capital investments that we have in terms of infrastructure and housing and transportation that have been long needed, but we have not had either the capital or frankly the political courage to be able to get these things done. And also, how are we making sure that the educational investments that we're making are actually presenting measures of accountability? One of the most important things of the blueprint is it's broken up into 5 different parts. The 5th part is accountability. That this is not just about how are we pumping more money into a system or throwing good money after bad, as I heard one person say. This is about making sure we have measures of accountability in terms of where the money is spent, what we're expecting from it, and what we then expect in terms of the results we're going to see for our students, and also the things we're going to see from our larger institutions as a whole.
Okay. So just to put a point on it, in terms of the budget analysis of it, it's your contention that we're not going to need any revenue enhancements in order to kind of fully fund the blueprint, even in out years?
Yeah, what we definitely won't need, there won't have to be a measure of an income tax.
By revenue enhancement, I meant tax. That's like the buzzword for tax increases.
Yeah,
So I just
yeah.
want to be clear.
Yeah, no,
and in the political jail. But.
No, and I think that's right, and I think it is important to understand that, you know, when you're looking at these new revenue investments that we have coming on board, and again, whether you're talking about sports betting or cannabis or record income tax revenue, we have a brand new balance sheet as a state that we have to be really thoughtful with, and so we can actually now plan out and think about how are those amortized investments going to look, that we can make sure that these important investments that have to be made in our children and our communities can be made without saying that we need to come back in 3 years and have any form having massive income or having any forms of income tax adjustments per se that is going to then be necessary for us to be able to complete this work.
Okay. Let's move into an issue that is on the minds of everyone, not just in my beautiful city, in our beautiful city, but across the state and really across the country, which is public safety.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of issues on public safety. I mentioned public safety to one candidate who immediately went into police reform, which that wasn't quite the question I was asking, but it's a big topic issue.
Yeah.
And so let me start with kind of crime and punishment issues, and then we will talk a little bit about police reform and what was done and maybe some things that need adjustments one way or the other. I'm not saying anything that people don't know. There are stubbornly over 300 shootings per year in the city of Baltimore. The last time there wasn't one was when Governor O'Malley was then Mayor O'Malley.
Yeah.
And the non-fatal shootings are through the roof also, and carjackings are up, and the list is very substantial. And I guess from a long-term, I know that a lot of candidates talk about the long-term and jobs and things, and I definitely want to hear the long-term, but I'm also interested in the short-term. It's like, because there's a lot of families that are going to funerals that maybe would like to hear what happens this year, next year, not 10 years from now. So I guess, what does Governor Wes Moore do on the issue of public safety right from Jump Street as well as for the long term?
Yeah. A lot of those families include mine. I'm a member of Southern Baptist Church. It's the place where we worship. It's the place where our children are going and learning about the Bible and the Word. It's also a place where just a few weeks back, a woman named Evelyn Player, who was a 69-year-old grandmother who worked as a janitor inside a Southern Baptist church, was killed inside of a church, killed in the church bathroom.
Right.
This issue is real. This issue is personal. And this issue is absolutely heartbreaking. And there are things that we have to do in the long term to be able to address the issue of public safety. You're absolutely right. When I think about public safety, I think the places that I go where I feel safest is when I can look in the eyes of the people around me and I see hopefulness. I see an optimism about tomorrow. The places that I go that I feel the least safe are the places when I'm looking in the eyes of the people around me and I see hopelessness. I see lack of opportunity, because as my mother used to tell me, if a person doesn't care about their own future, they don't care about yours either. And we have to be able to address all the things that are impacting that. However, there are things that we as a state and the governor can do right now to be able to address these types of issues. Thing number one is that there are actually programs that are working. Violence interruption programs, things like Safe Streets and CURE, which we see in Baltimore. I mean, coming up, for example, Cherry Hill in Baltimore is one of the most violent areas in the city of Baltimore. Cherry Hill, over the process of the last year, had a record where they didn't have a single homicide in Cherry Hill. And again, Cherry Hill, not having a single homicide. One of the core reasons why that has been the case, people credit to Safe Streets. Violence interruption programs, because so much of the violence that we are seeing, again, not just in Baltimore, but across the state of Maryland, it's retaliatory. It's you get me, now I'm coming after 3 of your people, right? these violence interruption programs work. Some of the core underwriters of those violence interruption programs is the state, who's also repeatedly cut funding for these programs. You also look at things like parole and probation. One of the biggest challenges, we have too many people who are the repeat violent offenders who are on parole and probation, people who come back who are supposed to be on, supposed to be supervised and are then committing repeated violent crimes. The city's not in charge of parole and probation. That's the state's responsibility. And we have a broken parole and probation system. The state can uniquely lean in to be able to fix the parole and probation system and be able to address so many of these repeated violent offenders that we continue to see in our communities.
So if I could just interrupt you, I apologize, we're going to get to all these issues. But on parole and probation, I remember we did justice reinvestment a few years ago, and so I was kind of digging into the whole parole and probation issue, and there's a lot of adjustments that were made. But how does a parole officer who, checks in with an offender, gets a phone call or gets a Zoom in these days, or even sees somebody in person, how is that individual supposed to? I mean, I've heard the word about parole and probation can be the fix in this, but them checking in with offenders if they're going to take a gun for a second time with a felony on their record and go do something, I'm not sure. I guess what's the tie-in between what a parole and probation agent can do, in addition to what their job is to help stem that violence? I don't get that connection.
Yeah, well, I think that the connection is that they're the ones who are really that primary touch point responsibility as to what that person is doing and where and how that person's life is actually being navigated as they're returning out, right? And so I think there's two things that we continue to see with our parole and probation officers. One is they're just overwhelmed. The caseload is too large that we have for parole and probation officers. And so frankly, you have people whose caseloads are not at all consistent with how they're actually being able to manage their days. So there needs to be an increase in investment and an increase in financial support for our parole and probation officers. But the second thing is going to be this. What are the tools that the parole and probation officer has to actually be able to impact the life of the individual that they are then working with? Because right now, the way parole and probation oftentimes work is, you're exactly right, it's almost like a check-in, right? Show me that you are employed. Show me where you are living. Show me X, Y, and Z. But there are increased resources that we should be able to empower our parole and probation officers with. For example, when someone's returning home, if you have restrictions on where they can live, i.e. if they cannot live in public housing, even if their family's in public housing, and especially if the data continues to show that reunifying them with their family actually does make an impact on recidivism. But we still have laws that are so antiquated that does not allow that to happen. When we have restrictions on where people can work because they have criminal records, whether it's federal jobs, state jobs, or having to go through a whole series of box checking in order to get employment. If we have restrictions as to if they go to school, can they receive grants to be able to go to school, where it's like, congratulations, you've been accepted at X school, however, trying to figure out how you're going to pay for it. When we continue to have asterisks next to individuals' names, we're going to continue to force this high level of recidivism. These are tools that we can actually strengthen and reinforcements that we can give to our parole and probation officers that can give them a better chance and a better opportunity to be able to do the work. And that actually leads to the third thing is there are also some unique tools that the state has that we can put on loan to the Baltimore Police Department. For example, you have CIDs, these criminal investigation detectives that are on the state level, who could actually be put put to BPD on loan, so they can actually begin to address things like closure rates. Right now, we have a less than 50% closure rate for homicides within the city of Baltimore. So if you commit a homicide in the city of Baltimore, there's a better chance you're going to have to get away with it than get caught, right? These are resources that the state...
That's before it gets to the state's attorney's office.
And that's before it gets to the state's attorney's office. That's exactly right. So there are resources that the state could actually put on loan to the city of Baltimore and to other areas around the state that could help to decrease that caseload, and then also, though, help to restructure what exactly the benchmark expectations that we have for our parole and probation officers as well.
Okay. How about sentencing? It's unfortunately political football. Back in during Justice Reinvestment Act just a few years ago, there was sentence reductions on a number of things, and then sentence enhancements for more violent crimes. Somebody made the comment to me yesterday, actually, on sentence reduction. the legislature took down theft, theft under 1,000, and now you see the guys with the masks running in and in California or whatever, and doing these like flash mob thefts for under 1,000, because they have similar things that have gone on there. So it's like, it's just a political football. I guess I say that only to say that, I've asked all the candidates about the governor's proposal. One of them is on sentencing. Yeah. And you have, so I guess I'll just throw it out to you as a general question versus just saying the one specific crime. Governor Hogan has tried to focus on his legislative agenda over the years on repeat violent offenders. So the people that are just continuing to use handguns in crimes of violence and somehow manage to get convicted multiple times, which is, as you just said, quite challenging to do, even when you're doing it a lot. So I guess the question to you is, what are your thoughts about sentencing, whether it's mandatory sentencing, enhanced sentencing, lessened sentencing of crimes? Are we where we should be on that? And if not, where should we be? Yeah, I mean, I think the governor's right to be able to put a greater level of focus on this, because oftentimes, particularly when we're talking about violent offenders, we know who the trigger pullers are. We know who many of the violent offenders are, because oftentimes they are people who have been within the system and continue to be within the system. Where I disagree with the governor is how exactly to address it and how exactly to tackle it. Where if you look at the impact that mandatory sentencing and those type of initiatives have had on the state of Maryland, the answer is that they have not had a marked impact on the levels of violent crime and on homicide rates. The reality is, we have watched over the past 7 years violence and violent crimes increase within the state of Maryland after having 8 straight years of watching it on the decrease. We also can we can look outside of Maryland and see other states who have implemented these measurements of mandatory minimums and mandatory sentencing, and it has not had a marked impact on how violent crimes are happening within the state. The things that we can do to actually address violent crimes and repeated violent offenders, and we can give our judges, we can give them more discretion. I think that's where it actually should lie. However, it's the other things as well that we should be focusing on that's addressing these measures of violence crime. Things like fixing a broken parole and probation system. Things like making sure we're investing in violence interruption programs. We do that type of work, we're going to get to the shared goal that I have with the governor. But again, the disagreement that I have with the governor is how exactly to get there and the things we want to put in place that actually are showing measurements of impact to help us get there faster. So to be fair, I think the governor's initiatives are increased availability, more sentences, not mandatory minimum sentences. Do you support, I guess the argument has been, look, they're getting 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, we need to give more time, and I guess, the underlying issue would be, if there's more time sitting over there, then the pleas get higher, right? If you're facing 20, then you're more likely to plead for 5, 6, 7, when maybe the state's attorney doesn't have the right resources or doesn't have the right case, but at least there's a little bit more hanging over to get there. If you took the mandatory part of that out, which I think is the legislative bill that the governor had in, and again, it's targeted to repeat violent offenders with the use of an illegal firearm. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think the mandatory part and who's legislating it, that for me is really the core part of this issue, right? Like I am in agreement that there are people who frankly are being released too quickly. We need to get a better measurement and a better understanding of, are the sentences that we are giving, are they actually correlating to the crimes? We also need to get a better measurement of what are the things that are happening inside of facilities that's actually preparing people for their reentry, and how we're preparing society for the entry. And that's addressing things like, where are people living, where are people working, getting people job skills, that when they're coming back home, they have a chance of actually being productive members of society. However, the challenge that I have is where should the authority lie? And knowing that we are giving our judges the measures of discretion is important to me as we think about ways we're going to be able to deal with this. Okay. We could talk about public safety, the entire hour. I know we have a lot of topics to cover in a very short amount of time. You've done a lot of great work on that, by the way. Thank you. A lot of great work. And I want to talk about the juvenile system as well, because that is critically important. I want to hear your thoughts on that. Before we get there, the General Assembly last year, under the leadership of my former Vice Chair, Will Smith, passed a series of bills related to police reform, obviously in the wake of some national tragedies. some thought it went a little bit too far. Some didn't think it went far enough. And I would ask about some specific things, but what were your thoughts about what the General Assembly did? Did it go too far? Are there things that can be changed? What are your thoughts about this whole issue?
I applaud the General Assembly for what they were able to get done on the bill, because take Leo Board, the Law Enforcement Officers Bill of Rights is just one example. The state of Maryland was the first state to be able to implement Leo Board. It's now also the first state to pull it back and to say we need to level set this and have a conversation about what are the restrictions and the guidelines that we're placing for our law enforcement officers. I thought that was very smart, and I think it was a good thing for our legislators to be able to do. I still think there is more work to be done. I still think we need to be able to wrestle with things like qualified immunity, which was not in there in that first bill, and it's something we still need to be able to wrestle with.
Can we talk about that for a second?
Please.
So, just to be fair, I'm a plaintiff's lawyer, and so when I hear qualified immunity, it means basically more people to be able to sue when there are things that are going on, not just the local jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So, but on its core, I mean, how would that play out in practice? I mean, there are some Court of Appeals cases dealing with things within and not within the scope of practice of a police officer and what you can go after the local jurisdiction for.
Yeah.
Does qualified immunity mean that every police officer is personally liable for these things, and does that mean that they then have to carry liability insurance? I hear the debate kind of on the 64,000 square foot level, whatever that phrase is, but I'm not sure I understand how it works in practice. Does an officer have to carry? Is that how that qualified immunity works?
No, I think the way I look at and define the aspect of going after qualified immunity, it's not necessarily just saying how are we going after the individual, it's how are you going after the system, right? That when we're looking at the system that we have that enables measures of qualified immunity, that there are structural breaks that allow, when you have infractions, when you have actions that are not even just skirting outside lines, but heavily deviating from outside of lines, that there are measures of protections within a system that then need to be addressed. Because it still goes back to what's the core goal and what are we hoping to do when it comes to not just improving policing community relations, but actually honoring the policing constitutional responsibilities, right?
But let me ask you this though, the qualified immunity itself, which I find intriguing as an issue, is at its core is being able to civilly sue somebody. It takes away their immunity. That's the whole issue. And I guess, as a plaintiff's lawyer, I guess it has some interesting appeal, but from a perspective of how it works in practice, it basically opens up a police officer to personal liability. That's the whole issue of qualified immunity. I haven't seen any examples of that in practice, or is there one that I haven't seen? And how does it work? Like, if you open up Officer James to a personal lawsuit, I mean, I would assume they all have to then go get liability insurance or get covered by their local jurisdiction, or B, doesn't that play into what's already going on right now, which is the loss of police officers all over the state?
Well, I think the loss of police officers.
There.
The loss of police is something else, and I do want to talk about that as well. But I think one thing that we have to do is we're putting together legislative packages. We also have to be able to understand and take a look at what are the other industries where we don't have a measure of qualified immunity, but we still do have measurements of protection, both of the individuals inside of the work, but then also of the communities in which they are serving, right? And so we see how that plays out in a variety of other different elements and other different spaces, whether it be in the education space, whether it be within firefighters. So we actually have precedents and benchmarks that we can then work off of, and we're going to ask the legislature should have to work off of. So it's not something that has a measurement of precedence. What it is, it's the precedence that's taking place within the police department. And that's, I think, the balance that we're going to have to strike when it comes to being able to make sure that any forms of adjustments that happened to the original bill that got passed last year, that is something that correlates to where the need is of both the police department and also for the community. I think when we're talking about the loss of officers, and this is a very big deal, because when we are watching the levels of violence, and you talked about it earlier, and whether you're talking about violent crimes, property crimes, et cetera, the loss of officers that we are seeing it's troubling. We also, though, have to understand that there are certain mechanisms that we can and we should put in place to be able to help to stem that. The first thing is we have to think about the things we are asking our law enforcement officers to consistently respond to. I think about it in context of my own experience, where I was a paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division. I led paratroopers and special operators in Afghanistan. We were taught de-escalation techniques, but I know for a fact that everywhere I went, when I walked in with my Kevlar and my flak vests and my M4 and my Beretta, when I walked into a room with my whole team of paratroopers, we escalated the situation. By definition, our presence escalated the situation. And so even though we were taught de-escalation techniques, it's something that you have to keep in mind that just simply asking us to respond to certain situations, there was a difficulty that you were asking us to lay a burden on. So for example, there's certain reasons why we had USAID people respond to certain things, or State Department people respond instead of the 82nd Airborne Division. How we are thinking about things like crisis intervention teams that we're seeing in Anne Arundel County, for example, is putting together has become a remarkable model about how crisis intervention teams can actually play a really important role, considering the fact that around 40% of 911 calls have some form of mental health break or mental illness that's being attached to it. Is that something that we're asking police officers to respond to? Or is that something we're asking our CITs to respond to? If we're doing things like that, and then also addressing these mechanisms, like addressing things like retirement and other challenges that we're having within not just the police department, but also in many other first responders within our society, then I think we're going to be able to help to address this issue of retention and help to address the loss that we are seeing with law enforcement.
So what are the types of, I mean, it's an interesting, and I know you're not somebody who is in the camp of the phrase defund the police. I'm aware of that. So, and political phrases don't mean anything. Specifically, what, like, you know, somebody goes, there may be a mental health issue for a domestic violence situation, or somebody's having a break and they've got a knife. I mean, in all of those situations that I can think of, having law enforcement there is helpful because somebody else there could be in danger. What are the types of situations, for example, in Anne Arundel County, like specific type things where you should not be sending an officer because it's not a dangerous situation and they should be using their resources in other ways?
Yeah. Well, I think the barometer that we should be gauging it on is the person a threat to themselves or somebody else in that situation? Now again, this is always
hard to know.
It is hard to know, and frankly, as the situation changes, there is always that ability for CIT to be able to call in and say, we're going to need additional help. This situation is actually not what we thought it was, or it's escalating quickly, and we're going to need to get additional supports. But the ability for that first responder to be able to understand, evaluate, and de-escalate, if possible, has got to be a priority about how we're thinking about this work. And so if it is a situation where someone has to come in with a greater level of, with a greater level of armory, or we think it's something that is going to require police officer or police presence, that's a situation that then can be called. But the first responder in many of these situations should be a person who is trained in de-escalation, a person who is not necessarily coming in armed into a situation, because especially in many of these situations we're talking about, just simply the presence is enough to escalate a situation of something that could have been de-escalated had we not treated it differently upon first reaction.
Okay. I keep getting the minute signs behind you, so I want to make sure we move on. Let's go on to, I mean, if we could, COVID, and just, not something I thought we'd be talking about we never would have thought about 2 years ago, but now we're talking about endemics and pandemics and masks and vaccines and all the rest. And just to be upfront, my brother-in-law was killed by COVID early in the pandemic, before the vaccines were out. So you hear a lot about the debate about vaccine mandates before we talk about masks and kids in schools and so forth. Where do you fall on the issue of vaccines?
Yeah, this is a really hard one, and it's one that I've wrestled with. And I've wrestled with it because, and again, I'm so sorry about your brother-in-law.
Thank you.
because it's a very deeply personal issue for me and my family as well. We continue to see that the best way for us to be able to move forward and protect ourselves and protect our families is getting vaccinated. We have a safe vaccine that it's remarkable, actually, that we got this vaccine done in a way, and we had so many people who were working on it, and it's, again, all the data continues to show it's the way that can best protect us. And I want us to get vaccinated as a state. I want us to be at 100% vaccination in the state. The state is actually doing relatively well.
The governor's done a great job on this.
The governor's done a great job, and I think the governor deserves credit for it. He's the chief executive during a time where Maryland has performed better than many other states. I also know that the credit should not just go to one person on this. I mean, when we're thinking about the fact that we're at around 70% vaccination, close to 90% of people who have at least one dose of the vaccination, there's a lot of people who I think deserve a lot of credit for it. When we're looking at things like, take the work that's taking place down in Montgomery County with the Latino Health Initiative, where they've been able to get 75% of the Hispanic population in Montgomery County vaccinated, right? Working with local groups, organizations, faith-based groups. When you think about what's happening in Anne Arundel County was the first place in the state to actually being able to offer free COVID tests inside of public libraries, right? So we've watched a lot of local leaders who have led on this in a really powerful and important way. And I think the thing that we have to continue to do is understand what's working, which is also being able to leverage those who have trust and who have credibility inside of communities, and continue to ask them to go out and push the importance for people to get vaccinated. I had a conversation the other day with a dear friend of mine, and she's over in West Baltimore. And I asked her, I said, have you gotten your booster shot yet? And she said, no. She said, I haven't been able to get off work to get to Pennsylvania. I'm like, why are you going to Pennsylvania? And she says, because I need to go get their booster. I don't trust the one in West Baltimore. As if we were talking about a different booster shot.
Right.
This is also an education thing that then needs to take place. This is where people with community credibility we need to elevate them, we need to leverage them, we need to allow them to do what they have so valiantly done over the process of this past year and past year and a half, and allow them to be the voice. And so when I say we want to get to 100%, vaccination within the state of Maryland, my thing is we have to make sure that we are thinking about the things that have worked to get us there thus far, making sure we are leveraging that to be able to help us to get into this final mile.
So I don't mean to push you, and if you don't want to, but the difference between we got 30% or whatever it is left who are just anti, is it a just coax and try model, or is it a, if you want public housing assistance, you want your voucher, you want your driver's license, you want to work in a state building, you want to get onto a bus, you want to get on a train, you must, and you must show a card. So because it's two different models, and
it is,
and it's very political and hard to fight through the noise. But I don't mean to pin you down, but
I want to be clear. I do not believe that we should be tying state services to vaccinations. I don't believe for a person trying to get a driver's license, for a person who's trying to get their benefits, that we should tie vaccinations to it. I do not believe that.
So businesses shouldn't be required to do this either then, right?
Well, yeah, I think we do have mechanisms now where you have, certain agencies and people who are dealing with vulnerable populations who are saying they need to be vaccinated because you're dealing with vulnerable populations, and completely understand that. But we should not be tying state services for people with vaccinations. We should be thinking about what incentives can we provide. We need to think about what are the other creative things that we can do to try to make sure we're getting people their vaccinations, but we should not be tying state services and benefits that people have earned to whether or not they have their vaccination.
How about jobs? How about you're a state employee, and if you want to come to work, you've got to get vaccinated. Otherwise, we're going to have to figure something out from home, or you're not going to be able to work here.
And I think we've already started seeing that particularly with certain state agencies, and we've watched a lot of private sector employers who have taken leadership on this and who have said, if you want to come back, we think it's in the best interest for our other employees. We think it's in the best interest of our businesses that people come back and be vaccinated. And I applaud that. And I think the state should be working with people to be able to make that happen.
I won't make you talk too much longer on it, but how about masks? My kids go to school every day in a mask, and I don't know how they do it, but I can't play 30 seconds of basketball without dying in a mask. But they seem to be able to do it. Where do you come down on this one?
I think as a leader, I am data driven and heart led, and I know the data continues to show that masks are effective. That masks have actually done a valiant job of being able to not just slow, but actually stop spreads. And again, not even just of COVID. You're even watching other things like the flu and common colds, and watching how those things have moved as we've now had a society that's been masked up. And so I am in favor of people saying that we should be masked up, and we should be requiring masks, particularly in public areas, because all the data continues to show the efficacy that it has in actually stopping spread.
Okay. Let's go on. Juvenile justice. I know it's something that you speak about a lot,
Yes.
and it's personal for you.
Yes.
Thoughts about, Maryland. I was the subcommittee chair of juvenile law many gray hairs ago down in the House of Delegates, and it's been a problem then, and it's still a problem now with a stubbornly high recidivism rate. How is it that we get this under control and make Maryland a leader on this, as states like Missouri and others have been?
Yeah, it's funny, Bobby, because I first started working on this issue when I had a full head of hair, literally while I was a student at Johns Hopkins University, and built a platform called STAN, which stands for Students Taking a New Direction. And we were working with students who were first and second time offenders in Baltimore, who were involved within the system, and working to mentor, befriend, tutor, get them back into the classroom, which, as you know, is a whole nother issue, getting them back into an educational setting.
Yeah.
And so this is an issue where I've devoted much of my entire adult life on. And it's a challenging one because it is so interconnected with everything else that we see. The challenges that we see, oftentimes when we're talking about adult offenders, these oftentimes are juveniles who have now just gotten older.
Right.
And so I think the things that we have to do is we have to focus on how our juvenile justice system is actually truly going to focus on this idea of rehabilitation, re-entry, and stopping that cycle that we have. Because you're watching how so many of these key early indicators are showing themselves within our juveniles. Maryland also has an incredibly stubborn rate of juveniles that are being tried as adults. In fact, we're only behind Alabama for the amount of juveniles who are being tried as adults. And again, I applaud the work that you were able to do with the Juvenile Justice Reform Council to be able to stem that trend and to be able to stem that tide of juveniles that are being later on tried as adults. I think we need to think about the type of supports that we are trying to introduce into our children, and whether they be academic supports, whether they be job training type of supports, whether they be other familial supports that we're going to see, because we cannot address the challenge that we're having with our children by simply just thinking that this is going to be a criminal justice solution. The criminal justice actions, and oftentimes, are a reaction to other things that are then taking place within the household. So our ability to think holistically about it and think about even like the sentencing guidelines that we have for our children, what that's going to look like as they enter into that system, and how we hopefully make sure that's the last time they have to be within that system, is going to be crucial for us to be able to move forward on it.
Okay. I got we have 10 minutes left, a little bit less than 10 minutes. We've done 50 already, and haven't gotten to a fraction of what I want to talk about. I would want to do a little bit of a rapid round.
Great.
Some yes, no's, maybe with a little explanation, so we can get through a couple of them.
All right.
Issue came up yesterday, and actually is in the General Assembly, which I was surprised it came up, and just want to hear your thoughts on it. And I set it up, and I try not to be too slanted on this, but
Okay.
Baltimore County is quite proud of having a school resource officer program that is a national model, one that these aren't police officers in schools, these are really well-trained coaches and teachers and people that are teaching classes during the day and providing a measure of safety and security. There have been some issues, not in this jurisdiction, but I just wanted to know, there's a piece of legislation in the General Assembly to simply do away with the school resource officer program, despite jurisdictions like Baltimore County, it being quite popular and wanting to have it. What is your position on the state getting involved in this issue and saying that you cannot, as a jurisdiction, have this program?
Yeah, I think that SROs are local jurisdiction issues. I think that the governor shouldn't necessarily be leaning in, and you are right about the things that I've continued to see and with Baltimore County as being actually a model of how the process can work. I do, though, have a challenge with the idea that we have jurisdictions that have more SROs than mental health counselors. I do have an issue with the fact that we do have jurisdictions that have more SROs than college guidance counselors. We have, in the state of Maryland right now, we have one college guidance counselor for every 476 students. So I think how we are spending our time and our energy and our resources is a reflection of our values. And so while I think this is a local jurisdiction issue, and I think the governor should lean on it with that as the frame, I do think it's important that our local jurisdictions continue to focus on the things that are actually continue to push our students forward in a positive direction.
Okay. I've asked, one that's important to the bar. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to think through this one. This is a bill that's been in for 20 years, as long as I can remember, and it has to do with judicial elections. So Maryland has this, as you know, cockeyed, sorry, that's slanting a little bit, but a system where you have the district court is appointed, the circuit court is appointed, then has to stand for an election, and the Court of Special Appeals and the Court of Appeals, or whatever they just renamed them, now are all appointed with retention elections. So I guess the question is, should Maryland do away with its circuit court judicial elections?
Yeah, I mean, I know this is a very big issue, and it's something that I'm willing to be able to have a conversation on, and to see what adjustments can and should be made. The thing I continue to think about, though, is why we actually had the elections process in the first place, and the reason was because we did not have a representative judicial body that was continuing to be the judges in these cases, and I think that's important. Now, I will give credit to, I think in the past couple administrations, that we have done a better job of making sure that our judges are representative of our community. I just think that the lens in which we should be thinking about it, and the lens that I know I will think about it, is making sure that we have people who are interpreting the law, but also that are reflective of the community. And I think that this was an attempt to address that. And so while I am willing to have that conversation about it, because I do know this is an important issue, I also know that being able to keep that lens of equity and how we're thinking about representation on that is something that's going to be important.
Okay. So a conversation to come.
Yeah.
All right. And I've asked this, and I just got the high sign, but I've asked this of all the candidates, and because I do think it's an interesting economic. We haven't been able to get to economics.
I know, there's
today.
a lot. We got to do a part two, man.
Yeah, we could do a part two on this for sure. And this has to do with something somewhat obscure, but something that Senator Kramer continues to text me about and make sure that I ask every candidate, which is some years ago, and it's an international issue, which sometimes rears its head in Maryland. Things like immigration or international issues. We dealt with the Turkey-Greece conflict one year, I recall. This is one that had to do with the state of Israel, when there was this movement dealing with this BDS movement, or boycotting the state of Israel, which actually is a sister state of the state of Maryland. And so I guess the governor put an executive order in which said that any company that's involved in that, so Ben & Jerry's, for example, cannot do business with the state of Maryland, cannot be involved in our state contracts or in our pension system. Did that to Iran some years ago as well, where we said if you're involved in Iran, you can't do business with the state of Maryland. And so I guess the question is, as governor, would you commit to keeping that executive order in place?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
All right. No explanation on that one. That was a quick one.
No, the answer is yes, and I think that it's important because we have to have laws that reflect our values, and I think there is a uniqueness to the role of the chief executive, to being able to really put platforms together that are a core reflection of our values. And I tell you, I think about this in context of the role of the chief executive for the state of Maryland. Because that, as you said at the very beginning, that's what Maryland is going to decide on for next year. The governor is the state's chief executive. And when I think about how I've always approached being an executive, whether it was leading soldiers in combat, whether it was being the chief executive, the founder, and leading a successful business, whether it was being the chief executive of one of the largest nonprofits in America. Being a chief executive means how are you going to take important stances, put together bold visions, and then be able to work across sectors to be able to accomplish it, to work with people from a variety of different places and platforms, and to say, here's the goal we're trying to accomplish, now how is everyone working together to be able to accomplish it? And so on that issue, it is something that I'm very clear to say I would absolutely be willing to extend the executive order.
All right, I'm going to do a couple more, and then I'm going to give you a chance to wrap it up.
Yeah.
I guess we banned fracking in the state of Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Continue that fracking ban?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I guess the last one I'll ask you is another environmental thing. We did not have an opportunity to talk through your environmental plan today. There's a bill about a constitution, which has gotten some press lately, about a constitutional amendment. Actually, I'm going to ask you two more constitutional amendment ones. The first one is a constitutional amendment for a clean environment, which sounds kind of pie in the sky. It's based on the Pennsylvania, it was just in the paper the other day, which I think would essentially give a right to sue under the give you a constitutional right to sue. So standing for environmental type issues, clean air, clean water, and so forth. Good idea, bad idea?
I mean, I respect Delegate Fisher's leadership on this, and I think because she's serious and she's right about the fact that we have not had executive leadership on this. This is an existential question. And we all should have the right to a clean environment, and particularly when we're looking at the disproportionate impact of environmental injustice and how it is taking a disproportionate impact on communities of color, disproportionate impact on low-income communities, and so we have to be able to move aggressively to protect our communities, whether they be urban, rural, or suburban communities. And especially when you're looking at the geography and the topography of Maryland. 70% of our state are in low-lying, water-lined areas. We have to take this seriously because it's not just about the future impacts; it's about the impacts of right now.
Do we put it in our Constitution?
No, I think we need executive leadership.
Okay.
I think we need to have an executive branch who is willing to be aggressive about ways we are going to deal with this. So, for example, and we talk about my environmental policy, and I'm proud of the fact that it's one of the boldest environmental policies that we've put out, that any candidate has put out during this campaign, about how are we going to address things like greenhouse gas emissions by being able to focus on mass transportation options, moving cars off of the road, move ourselves to greater levels of electric vehicles, where I have a pledge that by the end of my second term, every single state vehicle within the state of Maryland will be an electric vehicle. But we have to move aggressively on this. And I think that if we can have the executive branch, we have the second floor in Annapolis, who is taking real measures of leadership on this. We don't necessarily need to have, we don't have the legislature who is then saying in the absence of leadership, in a void, we will then have to step in to be able to deal with something that's an existential threat.
All right, last question.
Yeah.
It's a very detailed question, but it is a constitutional amendment, potentially.
Yeah.
What is your thought about this in this legislative session, which is coming up? I heard you say that you are for the legalization of cannabis. Obviously, we have decriminalization, have already expungement opportunities in the state already, medical cannabis. Yeah. So the question is to legalize or not legalize for recreational use, and then part B of that, and we really have run out of time, but part B of that is, do you put that on referendum, which puts the legalization of marijuana in the Constitution?
Yeah, I think Speaker Jones has and her leadership has said that that this is going to move towards a referendum, and I think that Speaker Jones is right. We move it towards referendum. However, because I think it is important that we hear the people's voice on this. However, there are two things that need to happen as we're doing this, and the legislature does play a role in this, even if it does go to referendum. One is we cannot talk about the benefits of legalization if we're also not talking about the consequences of criminalization. And that's where things like automatic record expungement needs to be part of this conversation. And it needs to happen as something that's happening simultaneously and moving now as we're moving towards this.
Expungement for possession?
Correct, yes.
Expungement for possession with intent to distribute?
Well, I think,
we'll start going down the line a little bit.
Correct.
I asked a candidate another time, drug kingpins don't just sell one drug or the other. So when people talk about expungement, is it possession of small amounts of marijuana is already automatically expungible?
Yes.
So the question is, how far down the line do you go on that?
Well, and oftentimes when we're talking about kingpins and that type of thing, to be honest, that's usually not the only charge that they have. That's
true.
Right? So I think
definitely not the only drug.
Exactly, right? So I think we have to be clear that when we're talking about expungement, particularly for cannabis expungement, the people who we're talking about that will directly impact are oftentimes not the kingpins and not the people who are the mass level distributors of drugs and drug paraphernalia as a whole. The second piece, though, has got to be how we're thinking about the equity component. And we saw significant challenges what this looked like in terms of the medical rollout. Where Maryland joined 37 other states that we have across the country that had some form of medical process. But frankly, Maryland did not do well when it came to really adding an equitable lens into this. Partially, the challenge of it is that even entry into the cannabis business, this is a cash-intensive business because it's still federally illegal, and therefore you can't get access to basic capital up and down the capital stack and credit and that type of thing. So if you have the cash and capital to be able to enter and participate, it was one thing. That has not always been the case, and that's also one of the things that's driven the market to have measures of inequity involved in it. And so I think as this happens, as this goes in front of referendum, and as the people have their say as to where this goes, I still do think it's important that we are looking at things like what are the consequences of criminalization and records that we need to address, and how we think about the equity and participation component, and not just of growers. It's all of the different elements of the cannabis industry that we have to make sure we have an equity lens on.
So employees.
Yes.
As well as licensees.
I think it's employees, it's owners, it's growers, and also let's be clear, there are rules that are still on the books right now that for a person who has a cannabis charge, that a person could have a charge of a violent crime and could get a job in the cannabis industry, but a person who has a cannabis charge cannot. Like, these are laws that we just have to say, this is where the legislature plays an important role in working with the chief executive. But this is where the legislator is going to play an important role to make sure that we are looking at all the laws that are sitting on the books. What are the unintended consequences that we continue to see within communities? And then what are the things that we have to be proactive and aggressive to be able to address now as the market continues to open up?
Okay, we have come to the end of our hour. So I want to, before giving you the last word on why people should vote for Wes Moore for our next governor, let me just say, on behalf of the Maryland State Bar Association, partnering with Stevenson University on this gorgeous campus here on Green Spring Valley, let me just say thank you so much for joining us today, joining with the members of the bar and everyone else out there in virtual land, and sharing some of your thoughts about a few issues. We didn't get to as many as I would have liked, but it was really an honor to have you here, and I really appreciate it. And just, I'll give you the last word. Just tell the folks one more time why Wes Moore for governor in our next election.
No, thank you, and first, and thank you so much. This has been a joy and an honor, and we do need to do a part two because there's a whole lot more that I'm excited to get to, and I'm asking for your support, because I think in this moment, as I've been going around the state and talking to people in every single corner of the state, we continue to hear that the challenges that we are seeing, whether it is the parent who's saying that my child is now at an 8th grade level, and last year they were at a 9th grade level, and looking at the learning loss that children are facing. When you're looking at the fact that there are employers who are people who have lost their jobs, and it's not even that the job is gone, the entire industry is going away. When we're looking at the challenges of inequity within pay grades or wealth, you realize that these challenges that we are seeing and facing, they're not new. These are generational challenges. And I think in this moment, the thing that we continue to hear from people is that in order to address these generational challenges, we need a measure of generational change. We need to be able to look at this from across sectors. And that's what I've done my entire career. Build bridges, build bonds, be able to build a big tent, and knowing that we are not going to get addition through division. And so in this moment, as we are electing our next chief executive, I know that I would put my executive experience against anybody else inside this race. And as we continue to move forward, as the momentum around our campaign continues to build, I would just humbly ask for your support as we continue to push our state forward.
All right. Well, again, on behalf of the Bar Association and Stevenson University, thank you so much for being with us today, and good luck to you. We look forward to seeing more.
It's my joy. It's great to be with you, always. Thank you.
Right.
Thanks, brother.
All right, and we're done.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself: the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
For 125 years, the Maryland State Bar Association has been the home of the legal profession. Tens of thousands of our members have built a legacy of service, thought leadership, connection. And we're just getting started. This year, we celebrate our 125th anniversary. We're paving the way for continued innovation, growth, and impact. We're ready for what's next. Join us.
So ever since I've been here, I've had a lot of different opportunities to practice the law as well as learn about the law, whether that's in classes that are about different types of law and how to apply that in different cases, or whether that's in practical use like in mock trial where you're practicing arguments, cross-examining witnesses, or if they're helping you get internships in Baltimore City, in defense firms, or with the state's attorney's office. After my time at Stevenson, I'll be attending St. John's School of Law, which is in New York City. I'm actually going to be part of the scholarship program there as a Ron Brown Scholar. I'm really excited to go to New York and take my experiences here and all of the skills and tools that I've learned and bring those to that school as well. The thing that makes Stevenson a great place for people that want to go to law school is because it will show you how to argue, it will show you how to look at the law differently, and it will show you how to use the law to help people that really need that help. Stevenson will give you the tools as well as the knowledge to be able to apply those things to your life and to the community and help those that need it.
This year, we witnessed unprecedented change in the ways we work, learn, and connect with each other. Here at the Maryland State Bar Association, we've helped our profession rise to the occasion and meet these challenges head on. Your membership makes this possible. This year, your membership helped us fight for public policies and initiatives that protect the interests of attorneys, allowing practitioners and firms to continue to serve clients and the public effectively. Your membership helped us keep the entire profession informed of breaking news related to COVID-19, providing information, context, and guidance. Your membership helped us innovate our CLE to bring more relevant learning to more attorneys in formats that are convenient for you. Your membership supported the well-being of attorneys and our local communities, thanks to our Lawyer Assistance Program and other partner organizations. Although you may never know the individuals or peers that you are helping through your membership, you are making an impact and changing lives every day. Thanks to your membership, we are the voice of Maryland's legal profession, uniting attorneys, law firms, the judiciary, and our communities in the pursuit of justice. Your membership makes this possible. Let's build on our success in the year ahead.
We're really excited about our new track and field complex, and we were fortunate enough to have a lot of time to really do the research before building the facility, and we looked at a lot of different big Division I schools and really looked at how we could make it kind of the best facility where the student athletes are going to have the best experience and the best opportunities to compete. This facility is going to allow Stevenson to host large-scale meets and become a regional hub for track and field competitions. Some of the things I'm most excited about are we're going to be able to run sprints on both sides of the track in both directions, so we'll always be able to have a tailwind. We also have 4 separate long jump and triple jump pits with 2 different runways. We have the ability to have 4 different pole vault pits running in 2 different directions. A separate throwing area that has a javelin runway that is a rubber surface, plus separate shot put area, and another area with a cage and dual circles for the hammer and the discus. Also, the Owings Mills East facility is going to have a 6K and an 8K cross-country course for the college athletes and also a 5K distance for the high school athletes. Additionally, we have a Binen poured rubber surface that is comparable to the surfaces that a lot of the top-level athletes in the country train on and what a lot of the top universities in the country train on. Ultimately, when this facility is completed, our students are going to be fortunate that they're going to have the opportunity to train and compete on one of the top facilities in the country regardless of division.
We are very excited about having the new turf field at the Owings Mills East campus. First reason, it is the preferred surface, so it's a carpet turf, and that is a very rare thing to have, especially on the Division III level, but even in the state of Maryland, where we're only the 3rd university in this state that has that preferred surface for field hockey. So it is really advantageous to our team to be able to play on the faster premier surface, as well as for recruits coming in looking for that preferred surface. Just an absolutely wonderful opportunity for us to teach elite skills on campus here at Stevenson University, and also the potential for other people to come in and utilize it as well, like outside clubs, even U.S. field hockey, because this type of surface is very rare for our sport indeed.
We're really excited about this whole complex for the university. This complex will serve not only our NCAA student athletes, but our club sport athletes that compete intercollegiately, and our general student population. This is for our whole campus. With our brand new baseball and softball diamonds, they will have a natural setting where we'll have the green outfields for each of them. We will also have double-sided batting cages for both baseball and softball. In addition, our 2 Bermuda grass fields are world class. The Bermuda grass is the preferred surface for soccer to be played on. In fact, we are part of the bid for Baltimore, D.C. for the FIFA World Cup. We will be one of their practice sites. The quality of these Bermuda grass fields will be an elite level for our NCAA program, our club sports, and our general student population as well. A third field that will be used for our general student population will be a Kentucky bluegrass field that we will be able to serve our students in the fall and spring, but also for camps and other recreational events during the summer. All of our quality facilities, we will be able to draw into a production area that will broadcast us on the Roku channel, Apple TV, and Fire TV. As we complete the Owings Mills East campus, these facilities will give our students and our student athletes an unbelievable experience and atmosphere for them to continue their education.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself: the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself. The moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
For 125 years, the Maryland State Bar Association has been the home of the legal profession. Tens of thousands of our members have built a legacy of service, thought leadership, connection. And we're just getting started. This year, we celebrate our 125th anniversary. We're paving the way for continued innovation, growth, and impact. We're ready for what's next. Join us.
So ever since I've been here, I've had a lot of different opportunities to practice the law as well as learn about the law, whether that's in classes that are about different types of law and how to apply that in different cases, or whether that's in practical use like in mock trial where you're practicing arguments, cross-examining witnesses, or if they're helping you get internships in Baltimore City, in defense firms, or with the state's attorney's office. After my time at Stevenson, I'll be attending St. John's School of Law, which is in New York City. I'm actually going to be part of the scholarship program there as a Ron Brown Scholar. I'm really excited to go to New York and take my experiences here and all the skills and tools that I've learned and bring those to that school as well. The thing that makes Stevenson a great place for people that want to go to law school is because it will show you how to argue, it will show you how to look at the law differently, and it will show you how to use the law to help people that really need that help. Stevenson will give you the tools as well as the knowledge to be able to apply those things to your life and to the community and help those that need it.
This year, we witnessed unprecedented change in the ways we work, learn, and connect with each other. Here at the Maryland State Bar Association, we've helped our profession rise to the occasion and meet these challenges head on. Your membership makes this possible. This year, your membership helped us fight for public policies and initiatives that protect the interests of attorneys, allowing practitioners and firms to continue to serve clients and the public effectively. Your membership helped us keep the entire profession informed of breaking news related to COVID-19, providing information, context, and guidance. Your membership helped us innovate our CLE to bring more relevant learning to more attorneys in formats that are convenient for you. Your membership supported the well-being of attorneys and our local communities, thanks to our Lawyer Assistance Program and other partner organizations. Although you may never know the individuals or peers that you are helping through your membership, you are making an impact and changing lives every day. Thanks to your membership, we are the voice of Maryland's legal profession, uniting attorneys, law firms, the judiciary, and our communities in the pursuit of justice. Your membership makes this possible. Let's build on our success in the year ahead.
We're really excited about our new track and field complex, and we were fortunate enough to have a lot of time to really do the research before building the facility, and we looked at a lot of different big Division I schools and really looked at how we could make it kind of the best facility where the student athletes are going to have the best experience and the best opportunities to compete. This facility is going to allow Stevenson to host large-scale meets and become a regional hub for track and field competitions. Some of the things I'm most excited about are we're going to be able to run sprints on both sides of the track in both directions, so we'll always be able to have a tailwind. We also have 4 separate long jump and triple jump pits with 2 different runways. We have the ability to have 4 different pole vault pits running in 2 different directions. A separate throwing area that has a javelin runway that is a rubber surface, plus separate shot put area, and another area with a cage and dual circles for the hammer and the discus. Also, the Owings Mills East facility is going to have a 6K and an 8K cross-country course for the college athletes and also a 5K distance for the high school athletes. Additionally, we have a Binen poured rubber surface that is comparable to the surfaces that a lot of the top level athletes in the country train on and what a lot of the top universities in the country train on. Ultimately, when this facility is completed, our students are going to be fortunate that they're going to have the opportunity to train and compete on one of the top facilities in the country regardless of division.
We are very excited about having the new turf field at the Owings Mills East campus. First reason, it is the preferred surface, so it's a carpet turf, and that is a very rare thing to have, especially on the Division III level, but even in the state of Maryland, where we're only the 3rd university in this state that has that preferred surface for field hockey. So it is really advantageous to our team to be able to play on the faster premier surface, as well as for recruits coming in looking for that preferred surface. Just an absolutely wonderful opportunity for us to teach elite skills on campus here at Stevenson University, and also the potential for other people to come in and utilize it as well, like outside clubs, even U.S. field hockey, because this type of surface is very rare for our sport indeed.
We're really excited about this whole complex for the university. This complex will serve not only our NCAA student athletes, but our club sport athletes that compete intercollegiately, and our general student population. This is for our whole campus. With our brand new baseball and softball diamonds, they will have a natural setting where we'll have the green outfields for each of them. We will also have double-sided batting cages for both baseball and softball. In addition, our 2 Bermuda grass fields are world class. The Bermuda grass is the preferred surface for soccer to be played on. In fact, we are part of the bid for Baltimore, D.C. for the FIFA World Cup. We will be one of their practice sites. The quality of these Bermuda grass fields will be an elite level for our NCAA program, our club sports, and our general student population as well. A third field that will be used for our general student population will be a Kentucky bluegrass field that we will be able to serve our students in the fall and spring, but also for camps and other recreational events during the summer. All of our quality facilities, we will be able to draw into a production area that will broadcast us on the Roku channel, Apple TV, and Fire TV. As we complete the Owings Mills East campus, these facilities will give our students and our student athletes an unbelievable experience and atmosphere for them to continue their education.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself: the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself: the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
For 125 years, the Maryland State Bar Association has been the home of the legal profession. Tens of thousands of our members have built a legacy of service, thought leadership, connection. And we're just getting started. This year, we celebrate our 125th anniversary. We're paving the way for continued innovation, growth, and impact. We're ready for what's next. Join us.
So ever since I've been here, I've had a lot of different opportunities to practice the law as well as learn about the law, whether that's in classes that are about different types of law and how to apply that in different cases, or whether that's in practical use like in mock trial where you're practicing arguments, cross-examining witnesses, or if they're helping you get internships in Baltimore City, in defense firms, or with the state's attorney's office. After my time at Stevenson, I'll be attending St. John's School of Law, which is in New York City. I'm actually going to be part of the scholarship program there as a Ron Brown Scholar. I'm really excited to go to New York and take my experiences here and all of the skills and tools that I've learned and bring those to that school as well. The thing that makes Stevenson a great place for people that want to go to law school is because it will show you how to argue, it will show you how to look at the law differently, and it will show you how to use the law to help people that really need that help. Stevenson will give you the tools as well as the knowledge to be able to apply those things to your life and to the community and help those that need it.
This year, we witnessed unprecedented change in the ways we work, learn, and connect with each other. Here at the Maryland State Bar Association, we've helped our profession rise to the occasion and meet these challenges head on. Your membership makes this possible. This year, your membership helped us fight for public policies and initiatives that protect the interests of attorneys, allowing practitioners and firms to continue to serve clients and the public effectively. Your membership helped us keep the entire profession informed of breaking news related to COVID-19, providing information, context, and guidance. Your membership helped us innovate our CLE to bring more relevant learning to more attorneys in formats that are convenient for you. Your membership supported the well-being of attorneys and our local communities, thanks to our Lawyer Assistance Program and other partner organizations. Although you may never know the individuals or peers that you are helping through your membership, you are making an impact and changing lives every day. Thanks to your membership, we are the voice of Maryland's legal profession, uniting attorneys, law firms, the judiciary, and our communities in the pursuit of justice. Your membership makes this possible. Let's build on our success in the year ahead.
We're really excited about our new track and field complex, and we were fortunate enough to have a lot of time to really do the research before building the facility, and we looked at a lot of different big Division I schools and really looked at how we could make it kind of the best facility where the student athletes are going to have the best experience and the best opportunities to compete. This facility is going to allow Stevenson to host large-scale meets and become a regional hub for track and field competitions. Some of the things I'm most excited about are we're going to be able to run sprints on both sides of the track in both directions, so we'll always be able to have a tailwind. We also have 4 separate long jump and triple jump pits with 2 different runways. We have the ability to have 4 different pole vault pits running in 2 different directions. A separate throwing area that has a javelin runway that is a rubber surface, plus separate shot put area, and another area with a cage and dual circles for the hammer and the discus. Also, the Owings Mills East facility is going to have a 6K and an 8K cross-country course for the college athletes, and also a 5K distance for the high school athletes. Additionally, we have a Binen poured rubber surface that is comparable to the surfaces that a lot of the top-level athletes in the country train on, and what a lot of the top universities in the country train on. Ultimately, when this facility is completed, our students are going to be fortunate that they're going to have the opportunity to train and compete on one of the top facilities in the country, regardless of division.
We are very excited about having the new turf field at the Owings Mills East campus. First reason, it is the preferred surface, so it's a carpet turf, and that is a very rare thing to have, especially on the Division III level, but even in the state of Maryland, where we're only the 3rd university in this state that has that preferred surface for field hockey. So it is really advantageous to our team to be able to play on the faster premier surface, as well as for recruits coming in looking for that preferred surface. Just an absolutely wonderful opportunity for us to teach elite skills on campus here at Stevenson University, and also the potential for other people to come in and utilize it as well, like outside clubs, even U.S. field hockey, because this type of surface is very rare for our sport indeed.
We're really excited about this whole complex for the university. This complex will serve not only our NCAA student athletes, but our club sport athletes that compete intercollegiately, and our general student population. This is for our whole campus. With our brand new baseball and softball diamonds, they will have a natural setting where we'll have the green outfields for each of them. We will also have double-sided batting cages for both baseball and softball. In addition, our 2 Bermuda grass fields are world class. The Bermuda grass is the preferred surface for soccer to be played on. In fact, we are part of the bid for Baltimore, D.C. for the FIFA World Cup. We will be one of their practice sites. The quality of these Bermuda grass fields will be an elite level for our NCAA program, our club sports, and our general student population as well. A 3rd field that will be used for our general student population will be a Kentucky bluegrass field that we will be able to serve our students in the fall and spring, but also for camps and other recreational events during the summer. All of our quality facilities, we will be able to draw into a production area that will broadcast us on the Roku channel, Apple TV, and Fire TV. As we complete the Owings Mills East campus, these facilities will give our students and our student athletes an unbelievable experience and atmosphere for them to continue their education.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself: the moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are Stevenson University.
All right, well, good afternoon and welcome back to another interview with gubernatorial hopeful, former Secretary of Labor in the state of Maryland, former Labor Secretary for the United States, Tom Perez. And I just want to say it's an honor to have you here, and thank you so much on behalf of the Maryland State Bar Association and Stevenson University for coming out here and sharing some time and talking about your vision for the state of Maryland.
Oh, it's an honor to be here with you and with everybody watching on television. Can't wait to have this conversation.
All right. Well, let's get started. We're going to talk about so many issues today, and looking forward to it. Before we do that, I mean, I've known you for many years, but for those who may not know you, can you just tell a little bit about yourself? You know, who you are as a person, your family, and kind of how you come to be sitting in this chair running for the governorship of Maryland.
Right. Well, my family came to this country from the Dominican Republic. I'm the youngest of 5. They came here because there was a brutal dictator. They spoke out against him, got kicked out, and that's how we came to this country. And my parents taught us to love this country. This country gave us freedom and opportunity. And my dad served with great pride as part of the U.S. Army as a legal immigrant. And after he got out, he moved to Buffalo, New York, where he got a job at the VA hospital. And unfortunately, I was 12 years old when he passed away. And we had a lot of folks helping us. And with the help of Pell Grants and various jobs, working on the back of a trash truck and things like that, I had great privileges to go to good schools. And I always wanted to change the world. And so I've spent my entire career fighting for civil rights and labor rights. As a career prosecutor for a while at the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice, prosecuting racial violence, human trafficking, police misconduct, and ultimately having the privilege in the Obama administration to lead the division where I once spent a summer as a summer clerk. And so that privilege was a privilege of a lifetime. Working in local government in between in 2002, serving on the Montgomery County Council, serving as the clinic director here at Maryland Law School in Baltimore, and that was a really wonderful opportunity to work with students and to go to Annapolis during the session and work on criminal justice reform, work on a host of issues, and then in the Obama administration, again, leading the Civil Rights Division, and then serving as Labor Secretary after having served as Maryland's Labor Secretary under Martin O'Malley. So I feel very, very blessed having had the opportunity to work in local government, state government, and at a federal level. And everything I've done has been expanding opportunity, making sure people get a fair shake, making sure that if someone judges you by anything other than the content of your character, that they're held accountable.
All right. Well, so fast forward to today. You're running. You're in the Democratic primary right now for governor, and just as a general start to the conversation. What does a Tom Perez administration look like in terms of what are your priorities? And this is just a big general question, but some of the specific things you'd like to bring as the governor.
Well, the administration itself is going to look like Maryland. We are a majority people of color state. I think our diversity is our greatest strength, and every job I've had the privilege of having, the Labor Department's budget when I was U.S. Labor Secretary is actually bigger than the department, than Maryland state government's budget. And we built diverse teams everywhere, and we will build a diverse team here. Our focus here is going to be on jobs and justice, making sure that Maryland realizes its full potential. We are in a moment of grave crises, really crises plural, but we're also in a moment of great opportunity, Senator. And we have to address this pandemic. The pandemic has not abated. It's going to continue to, by necessity, occupy the attention of the next governor. And if I have the privilege of being that governor, we're going to go to school on the lessons of this pandemic, such as the need to make sure everybody has health insurance, such as working with our first responders on issues of preparedness, and working with our frontline workers to make sure they're protected. Jobs and justice. We have an incredible opportunity right now to build a Maryland where we have a clean energy economy. Look at the infrastructure bill and the dollars that are going to come to Maryland through that infrastructure bill. There's so much we can do there. The General Assembly, the Democrats in particular, with the Kerwin Blueprint have given us a remarkable roadmap to make sure that zip code never determines destiny. And the next governor is going to be implementing that blueprint. The next governor is going to have to be the multitasker in chief, because we do have multiple crises at the same time. We need to address climate change. We need to address jobs and job creation. We need to address public safety. We need to address health care. And we need someone who can be that multitasker in chief. And I'm proud of the work I've done in local, state, and federal government, and the experience that you have that one brings from having had that privilege of working and leading complex organizations. I think that's going to be really important. And so what people will see if I have the privilege of being the next governor is someone who's going to sweat the details of governance, going to be fighting for opportunity everywhere. I think our best days are ahead of us. I think we've got tremendous assets that we can marshal, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Okay, so a lot to unpack and a lot to talk about, and I'm excited to talk about all these issues.
Sure.
We'll try to get to as many as we can in this short period of time. Let's start with the kind of the twin crises that you mentioned, which is public safety and COVID. And I'll start with kind of just a general question. Let's start with flip of a coin, public safety. Maryland has just like the rest of the country seen a pretty significant surge in violent crime, particularly in my beautiful Baltimore City here, and it's stubborn because I think the last time it wasn't so high was when Martin O'Malley was the mayor of the city of Baltimore. And so I guess the question that I throw out to you as a general question is, what do we do about it? Because you have this short-term problem of hundreds and hundreds of families that are going to their loved ones' funerals, and well over 1,000 more that could be if it wasn't for a bad shot. The non-fatal shootings are way up as well. And then you have the long term, is what you do about public safety there too. What does a Perez administration do, I guess starting on day one, to try to help stem the tide of violence?
Well, the first thing I would do day one is to reestablish the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee. When I was prosecutor at the federal level, we saw a dramatic spike in church arsons in the mid-90s, mostly directed at black churches in the South. What did we do about it? We partnered up, the federal, state, and local governments, faith leaders, business leaders. We all got together. What did we accomplish? We tripled the solve rate of these crimes. We passed critical legislation to give more tools to local governments, to prosecutors, to communities. We created an environment where we were able to really make tremendous progress. So day one, we need to reestablish the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee. Mayor Scott approached Governor Hogan about reestablishing the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee to address the crime challenges in Baltimore, and the governor said no. I don't understand that. Partnership is key. There is strength in numbers. We have a tremendous U.S. attorney, someone you know well, the former delegate from the 24th Legislative District in Prince George's County. And U.S. Attorney Barron is a great partner and would be a great partner. So step one is reestablish this partnership so that we can have so many minds together. Understand, number two, that a disproportionate amount of violent crime is committed by people who are already under supervision. So let's unpack that and figure out what is happening in the supervision process that's breaking down so that we can try and address these issues. We've got to address the problem of ghost guns. For those of you watching who don't know what a ghost gun is, when I was a prosecutor, we proved a lot of our hate crimes cases through the physical evidence. You shoot someone, we take that ballistic evidence, and we are able to connect that to the crime. Ghost guns are a way around this issue, and you can go on the internet and buy basically a box that enables you to make a gun that is much less traceable. This is a very serious issue. I know the federal government isn't going to do a darn thing about this, and so we're going to have to do something at the state level. The next issue is we need to make sure we have partnership. One thing we've learned from our history of trying to address crime issues is if the only tool in your toolbox is a hammer, pretty soon everything starts looking like a nail. We need to be smart on crime, and we need to understand how we move forward. I've walked in Baltimore, in other parts of the state, with community leaders who are eyes and ears, and it's been remarkable the work that has been done when you engage communities. I think it's really, really important that we do that. And we have to also understand that a big part of what we have to do to address crime is to address the root causes of crime. And that's part of your question, I think, Senator, is, you know, how do we get at some of these root causes? I mean, I remember when I was Maryland Labor Secretary, Secretary of Department of Labor, Licensing and Regulation, there used to be a program in, I think it was the Baltimore City Jail, that enabled women to get trained in cosmetology. Well, we used to license people who wanted to become cosmetologists, and there was a law that said if you had a criminal record, you couldn't become a cosmetologist. Well, that seems to make no sense. So we've got to take a look at some of the barriers to opportunity that exist around this state and make real investments. And then we have to continue to work with our police departments. I've spent a lot of time on police reform work. The most important tool a police officer has in her arsenal or his arsenal is the trust of the community. You don't have trust, you don't have anything. And the compliance right now in Baltimore, for instance, with the consent decree, they're building trust. It's a slow process. The community has to have a seat at the table. The legislation that was passed in Annapolis, police reform, is giving the community a seat at the table. I think that's really important. I've worked on these cases in New Orleans and Seattle and Albuquerque, and I've seen that we can build these relationships of trust. And when you do that, you restore trust in law enforcement, you reduce crime, and you create win-win situations. I'm not here to suggest that this is going to happen overnight, but we've got to do all of the above that I've just described and then some.
Let me ask you a question about, I do want to, there's a lot to talk about there, and I'm going to kind of work backwards. Police reform. Did you support what my very good friend and former Vice Chair Will Smith and Vanessa Atterbury and others did in the General Assembly? Did you think they got it right? Do you think they didn't go far enough? Are there things that they missed? Did they go too far in some of the things that they did last year?
I think they did really important things that I support. Again, as I said before, the most important tool an officer has in his or her arsenal is the trust of the community. And you know, when I think about the cases that I worked on, and I oversaw the federal response to police misconduct when I led the Civil Rights Division, and invariably our settlements in those cases included making sure that there was meaningful and robust civilian complaint review. You needed to have opportunities for the community to have a seat at the table. What the legislature did was really important, but now we're in the implementation phase. And I think the honest answer to your question, Senator, is going to be now we have to work on the implementation to make sure that what's been done is correct. There's a school of thought by opponents of police reform that the reaction of law enforcement officers to this is going to be they're just going to stay in their car and they're not going to get out in the community. Well, we've actually studied that issue elsewhere. I don't think that's going to happen if we do it right. You know, in Los Angeles, and I prosecuted an LAPD officer pre-Rodney King, just to give you a sense of how long I've been in this line of work. I had hair, I had no replacement. Well, you got hair at least. You know, when I prosecuted that police officer, it was 1990, I believe. You know, we got a conviction in that case, but the culture of the police department, there was so many cultural challenges in that department. And fast forward, after the consent decree, and 10 years later, there were some really good independent studies done that showed that when the community had a seat at the table, when we were building a police department that reflected the diversity of the community, when we were properly training police officers, when there were those internal controls that were in place, what we saw is crime went down, public confidence in the police department went up, and the phenomenon of depolicing, which is a fancy term for, you know, an officer just sitting in the car doing nothing, that wasn't happening. And so we've got to arm officers with these tools that they need to succeed. And one tool that we haven't discussed is making sure we have a more robust community mental health infrastructure, because we put officers at a real disadvantage if we don't have that community mental health infrastructure. The number of encounters with people who are in mental health crisis across this country has increased precipitously. Many law enforcement departments have put in place what are called assertive community treatment teams. These are trained individuals who know how to de-escalate and prevent a situation from becoming tragic. And we need to continue to invest in the community mental health infrastructure in county, not just in Baltimore City, but across the state, so that officers can have the tools necessary to de-escalate.
So in terms of police reform, there's a myriad of factors out there, but what is not debatable is that in police departments across the state, we are now losing police officers. I think somebody said that in Montgomery County, the latest, I think one of the candidates talked about it, in Montgomery County, the training class was 13. I mean, down from what they needed substantially. And in Baltimore County, officers are taking early retirement. And isn't part of the problem at least some faction of our party bashing police constantly and kind of taking what are bad apples and making that, kind of across the board, and not talking about what you're talking about, which are increasing trust in community relationships and so forth in a positive way, but really doing it in a negative way so that officers feel not only are their lives in danger, but they're not respected. Isn't that part of the problem?
Well, I mean, part of the challenge is that we all watched what happened to George Floyd, and that was unconscionable.
Unconscionable,
and,
but in Minnesota.
And it was in Minnesota, but it gave every officer trying to do heroic work day in and day out. It put them on the defensive. What former Officer Chauvin did was a black eye for every law enforcement officer across this country. And I can't tell you the number of cases, Senator. I worked on literally dozens of police reform cases, and I can't tell you the number of times an officer would come up to me, usually quietly, and say the following: "I'm glad you're here. We need this help." And when we do this right, I am confident that we can create win-win solutions. I see people out there who frequently create these false choices. They ask, are you on the police's side or are you on the community side? That is a false choice. Sure. We can either reduce crime or we can ensure respect for the Constitution. That's a false choice as well. We can do both, and we must do both. And I really believe that when we do that, we create that win-win situation, and we earn the trust of the community, and we again restore the luster to the badge. And that's why reform, I think, is important, because we cannot allow, and the problem that I observed in all the cases I did was all too frequently the absence of accountability mechanisms allowed lowest common denominator results. So you were defending people who shouldn't have been defended. And everyone's entitled to a defense, but I'm saying you weren't doing justice to the majority of officers who are trying to do the right thing when you don't have the proper mechanisms in place. So we have a lot of work to do. And again, every officer I talk to wants to have that trust of the community. And it's a work in progress. And if I'm elected governor, I look forward to working together with departments, because again, the good news is that we can get this done. I've seen it get done, but it's never something that can be done quickly. But I think what the legislature did last session was an important step. Now we've got to implement it. We've got to do it together, make sure that everyone has a seat at the table.
Let me ask you this, since you've worked on these before. MPIA, Maryland Public Information Act, like one of the things that was in the reform package last year, which was very controversial, and I've heard quite a lot about from officers, is when there are allegations of misconduct against an officer, that there are some who would use numbers of allegations to somehow intimate that there's actually something wrong, whereas it could be a myriad of factors like working in a high crime area or working in a certain, in certain geographic areas where there are just lots of complaints against you. And so one of the things that was done was to allow complaints that were determined to be unfounded, not guilt or innocence, because it's not that kind of a proceeding, but in essence, somebody who didn't do what they were accused of doing, to still allow those complaints to be accessed publicly by organizations that may or may not want to have them for good use. Should complaints against officers that are found to be unfounded, shouldn't an officer have the same rights of shielding or expungement that a criminal would, say, in a low-level crime who has found, or in any crime, who's found to be innocent of that crime?
Well, I think what we'll see, and I said before, we're now in the implementation phase. And when I think about laws that were laws of importance that were implemented, I think what you do now is you see how it gets implemented, and you see the consequences of what happens, and then you step back and you assess that, and you see what should we do? Should there be a correction? I mean, Derek Chauvin, just to go back to him for a moment, he had something like 28 different uses of force. What I saw in a lot of police departments that we ended up reaching consent decrees with was the absence of sufficient early warning systems in place. 28, I may be off by one or two, but he had at least 24. And that should have been a major league yellow flag at a minimum. And when we did an investigation of the Seattle Police Department, what we found was that a really, really high percentage of uses of force involved an infinitesimally small number of officers, but because they weren't tracking it properly and they didn't have early warning systems. Early warning systems can be an officer's best friend as well.
Sure.
Because what an early warning system is, for people who may not be familiar with it, is if there are X number of uses of force, it triggers a internal review where you just take a look, and there may be a very, very legitimate justification for that, or maybe not. And the good news is that in the maybe not circumstance, you're catching it earlier. Clearly, in Derek Chauvin's case, it doesn't. I don't think it takes too serious of an investigation to see that whatever early warning system they had there wasn't working. Because my goodness, over 24 incidents is a lot.
It'll be interesting to see the implementation, and it just the thought occurred to me just because, for one example, the ACLU did an MPIA on and somehow got records of individuals who had been found to be not involved with the things that they were accused of, but they failed to mention that when they put their names out. They just simply said, this officer, this number of complaints against them, as if somehow that was telling of who these officers were, and they felt, perhaps rightly so, that they were being put in jeopardy because of things like that. So,
well, the implementation is everything, and we're going to learn a lot of things in implementation, and implementation will result in, and that's why you have oversight. I have great respect for both chairs of the relevant committees, and I know they'll take a careful look, and I think the questions that will be asked will include this and other questions. Implementation is everything, and I'm confident if history is a guide, there will be lessons that will be learned, and that's why you do oversight hearings, so that you can continue to iterate and improve to make the system fairer and fairer.
There's legislation this year about what I always thought was one of the better community police relationship programs in our state, which is the School Resource Officer Program, where you have trained officers that are in the schools, not necessarily as security, but teaching classes and coaching and doing all those types of things, specially trained to deal with kids. Some have suggested that program should be abolished in the state. Where do you fall down on that one?
Well, I think different jurisdictions should make those decisions. Having a governor tell everyone what they need to do, I don't think reflects differences that might exist between jurisdiction A and jurisdiction B.
Okay.
So again, local control. I mean, one thing Governor Hogan, an area where he didn't exercise local control, which I thought was bothersome and wrong, was, when you start the school year, he issued an executive order that everyone has to start after Labor Day. I think Baltimore County and Prince George's County or Montgomery County or Allegheny County ought to be able to make that choice. And that abrogation of local control, I think, was bad for the kids. And so this is a similar situation where we trust the local authorities to do what they deem is in the best interest of their students.
Okay. Last question on public safety, and then I don't want to monopolize the whole hour with public, although we could. And that is clearly an area of expertise for you. Governor Hogan and Chris Schenck and others helped lead what you know as the Justice Reinvestment Act, along with President Miller and Speaker Bush and others, which at the time was I think still stands as the largest criminal justice reform in the history of the country, significantly bigger than anything they ever did in Washington. And I guess my question is there anything in there that you would augment or change or in that process? Parole, probation, sentencing. It's kind of an open-ended question. Expungement. There's a whole host of things that were in that legislation. Is there anything beyond that you think that kind of we got wrong or didn't go far enough in the nuts and bolts of the criminal justice system?
Well, again, I think I've always, when I was a prosecutor, wanted to be smart on crime. And as I said before, when the only tool in our toolbox was a hammer, pretty soon everything starts looking like a nail.
When you say that, do you mean sentencing when you say that? Is that what you're talking? You're talking about enhancement of sentences?
Well, I'm talking about mandatory minimum sentences. I'm talking about throwing the book at someone who shouldn't have the book thrown at them. And when, in the efforts in the 80s and elsewhere to get quote unquote tough on crime, we ended up, Maryland and other, we look at how we incarcerate in the United States relative to the rest of the world. I think we need to take a really hard look at that. And here in Maryland, we've tried to do that. And I think that's a really important thing. And I think we need to continue to do that. People who have committed serious violent crime, we need to lock them up, give them a fair trial, and have appropriately stiff sentences. That is appropriate. I have represented in connection with work I did with my students. I've met people in the criminal justice system for whom the punishment didn't fit the crime. And fortunately, I think the legislature has periodically reflected on that. We used to have a 3 strikes and you're outlaw here in Maryland many years ago, where the 3rd strike could be for stealing a pizza or something like that. And you're getting a mandatory minimum sentence of, I think, 25 years. That punishment doesn't fit that crime. And so I think it's really important for us to make sure that we have a criminal justice system that truly reflects our values. And again, if you have committed a serious violent crime, then you should get that appropriately strong sentence. But again, there's just too many people for whom the punishment didn't fit the crime. And if we're going to make sure that we succeed here, we've got to make sure that people can get second chances when they're getting out of jail. One of the things I did as the U.S. Labor Secretary is, and we did this actually in county government, we put job centers in jails. Because one thing, if you're at a county jail or city jail, 95% of people who are there are going to get out. And so let's connect them with skills that enable them to get out and become productive citizens again. And we studied that, and that had really, really powerful, positive impact. That, to me, is an example of being smart on crime. One way to be smart on crime is to try to work to prevent recidivism. And giving people the skills to succeed is one way. And I applaud Hopkins. Hopkins is one of the most significant employers in the state of returning citizens, and they employ returning citizens at many levels of their organizational chart, phlebotomists, other allied health professionals, and they've studied it, and they've demonstrated that returning citizens are among their most productive employees, and they are among their most long-standing employees. And so it's been a real win-win solution, and I applaud Hopkins for their work in that effort.
Okay. I'm going to move on. I just got we have 30 minutes left, so we've done half of our time already, and all on public safety and police issues. I'm going to completely change gears and go quickly to COVID. Obviously, the crisis of our generation, and something, unfortunately, we're still talking about, and will continue to. The governor, you would have to admit, has gotten very high marks both statewide and nationally for his for his actions related to COVID. Without Monday morning quarterbacking in terms of things that could have changed, where are we going from here? So, what are the next steps in terms of what we're doing related to COVID? And I guess the question is more specifically geared to vaccines and masks. Where does a Tom Perez administration fall on these issues about, I guess, the two tracks for vaccines, which is keep trying and trying and trying and begging and incentives and all the rest, versus we're going to have to throw some mandates down to get these numbers up higher? And then masks, I guess, would be the second question in terms of school.
Well, our North Star is always going to be to follow the science. When we follow the science, we're in the best possible position. We're making progress, and the remaining cases that we see across the country are largely a pandemic of the unvaccinated. I have a brother who is a pulmonologist working in a COVID unit in Waco, Texas. 98% of their ventilator patients are unvaccinated. 97% of their ICU patients are unvaccinated. And so that's the reality. And that's why it's so important for folks to get vaccinated, especially with the variants. And we're going to continue to probably wrestle with this. And I want to make sure we're working closely with not only our scientists, but our frontline workers, our union members. I'm very proud to have the support of the bus drivers, the ATU, the Amalgamated Transit Union, and these are folks who showed up day in and day out throughout the pandemic, and I feel for them because they can't work remotely. Right. They got to show up and do their job day in and day out, and that's why it's so important for folks to get vaccinated, and that's why we're going to continue to educate people on the importance. And we, relative to, say, my brother's situation in Texas, we're far ahead on vaccinations, and I want us to move as soon as possible to a situation where we can not have the reliance that we need to have right now on masks. But again, we'll continue to follow that science, and we'll continue to move forward. But we also have to learn some lessons from this pandemic. And one of the lessons is we need to make sure that every Marylander has access to quality, affordable health insurance. There was a study done a few months ago showing that 25% of COVID deaths in Maryland were a product of the fact that we have 350,000 uninsured Marylanders. Now, thanks to Obamacare, we went from about 80% insured in Maryland to about 94%, but we still had 350,000 uninsured.
Who are those people? I was always wondering about that because Obamacare was supposed to, insure the uninsured, and I do want to get back to the vaccine question, so I don't want to lose that. But you had mentioned this health insurance before, and I saw it on your website, and it was a significant part. Who are the people right now who are uninsured who should be insured? Right under Obamacare and Medicaid and Medicare, like where's the gap?
Well, the primary two sets of folks. There's a set of folks who are eligible and unenrolled, and I think the remedy there is we have to have culturally competent, aggressive navigators who are getting the hard-to-reach residents of Maryland, and I think we can do that. And there are a lot of examples elsewhere. In Montgomery County. The highest cohort of vaccinated folks are Latino. And there was a remarkably effective partnership with local government and with nonprofits, very culturally proficient, to get the word out to the community about the need to get vaccinated, and really remarkable work done. So it can be done, and the same thing can be done to get the uninsured. There's also a sizable population here of people who are undocumented, and a number of states have taken steps to address that. And I think Maryland can do both, and have we have over 10,000 deaths from COVID, so about 2,500. If this study is correct, and it's not my study, it was a peer-reviewed study by, I think, Families USA, over 2,500 empty seats at kitchen tables because of the fact that they weren't insured. Again, Obamacare took us a long way, and so we should never forget how important that was. But we've got more to do. And on vaccinations, there are we have the mandate from the Biden administration, excuse me, and I support what they're doing there, because we have to make sure that we are making progress in that area.
Should we mandate vaccines for a population, with the exceptions, obviously, of folks who can't do it for health reasons, for whatever reasons, that religious exemptions or what have you? But should we mandate that individuals should get vaccinated, and I guess the stick being that you can't access public services, you can't access public transportation. We don't do airplanes across the state of Maryland, but you can't get on a bus until you get that jab.
Well, again, I think a big inducement to getting more people vaccinated was the mandate that if you want to work in your job, you're going to have to be vaccinated, and that has helped dramatically increase the number of people who are vaccinated.
So should we then extend that for individuals in other ways that the state really could handle? So, you're going to get your driver's license. You can't get your driver's license.
I think the vaccinations, again, I think the workplace has been the most relevant and important way to do this, because in the workplace you're encountering other people. And so I want to get everybody vaccinated. And I know Governor Hogan, and everyone wants to get everyone vaccinated, but how do we do it? And I think what's been done now is appropriate, what the Biden administration has done. And I think that is something that we need to continue. The other thing, though, and it's not related to vaccinations, though, but it's really important to remember, is that we need to make sure that government is working for folks, because there are a lot of people who lost their job during this pandemic, and 6-7 months later they still haven't gotten their unemployment checks. So one thing, you asked me, what'll a Perez administration look like? Well, we're going to have a labor department that can process unemployment claims in a timely fashion. We're going to have a Department of Housing and Community Development that's going to take on the eviction crisis in a meaningful way.
How?
We have we have the money, Senator, to prevent 100% of evictions. We got the money from the federal government. Why are people getting evicted? Because the dedicated career professionals in these agencies, and at the Department of Labor, I work there, they are wonderful people. I have profound respect for them. But the Hogan administration and the political leadership didn't do their jobs. And let me give you an example. Our neighbors to the south in Virginia, Governor Northam, he got the same money. He took the bull by the horns. He convened local governments, nonprofits, sheriffs. Why sheriffs? Because when someone's about to get evicted, the sheriff is the person who executes the writ of eviction. He convened all of these stakeholders. They came up with a comprehensive plan. He had landlords at the table. Landlords have a vested interest in this because they want their money. They're entitled to that. And as a result, if you look at what happened in Virginia and how many evictions they were able to prevent, it's night and day from Maryland. That's what I talk about a lot. The next governor is going to have to be a multitasker in chief. We have criminal justice issues that we've discussed. We have this eviction crisis that persists. We have the COVID epidemic. We have to implement the Kerwin blueprint. We need a multitasker in chief. And that's what is so necessary. And as someone who's worked in local, state, and federal government, I have worked in all of those contexts, and it's so important for the next governor to be working side by side. A big part of what I would do differently as governor on COVID is make sure I'm communicating regularly with local governments. I don't want a county executive to learn about a new mandate when I hold a press conference. I would have regular interaction with local officials to get a handle on what's happening there, to tell them what we know, learn what they know, figure out if there's a best practice that has emerged. That wasn't happening during the height of the pandemic, and that's what I would do differently, and I think better.
So you mentioned evictions. It's obviously a complicated topic. I wanted to ask about a specific piece of legislation that was in the news just the other day and just get your thoughts on it. There was a bill that's being introduced by one of the delegates from Montgomery County that would say that a landlord would not be able to, would be forced to release to an individual unless they could show good cause for not doing so. So you'd have to show a reason. Otherwise, you'd have to continue to lease to that individual. Is that something? And it's getting some PR lately. Is that something that you think we should do in Maryland?
Well, I don't know the specifics of the bill, so I never like to comment on something that I haven't read.
That was basically it.
So I would have to take a closer look. But what I will say, it's way too easy to evict someone. What's the cost of filing for eviction? I think it's $15 in the state of Maryland. And you look at what the cost is in other states. It's way too easy to evict. We could have prevented this eviction crisis. What we need is sustained executive leadership. I know the career folks across state government, I've worked with so many of them. They're wonderful people. What they want is leadership from above that can help them move forward. And there's so many examples in Maryland of how the eviction process is so easy that it creates perverse incentives. And so that's what we have to do moving forward. And
what should the cost of an eviction?
$15.
What should the filing fee be?
Well, what we should do, and what was done, Delegate Wilkins and Delegate Stewart were working vigilantly along with others, and I forgot the precise amount that they had, but $15 is way too low. And I forgot what their filing fee was. I think they were raising it, and the Attorney General was working with them on this. I think it was going to be like $85 or something like that. And they have the aggregate data. I mean, if you look at the aggregate data, the one thing I do know is that we have one of the lowest costs for filing in the country. And as a result, guess what? We get a lot of filings because...
But is the contention that people are being evicted and they shouldn't be evicted? Is the contention that it's a low, if it's $15 or $25 or $125, which I think is what the bill said, I mean, the money was supposed to go for a right to counsel, which that's a different issue altogether. But is the contention that it's too easy to evict, that somehow somebody should not be evicted? If I'm a landlord, which I'm not, but if I was, and somebody is not paying their rent, and refusing to do so, I mean, it's my vested interest as a landlord, I would think, to keep them in there and get paid. I'm not sure I understand it. Is the idea that it should be hard to get rid of the person who's refusing to pay rent?
I mean, let's just get back to where we are now. The idea is we have all the money we need to prevent every eviction in the state of Maryland. Like oftentimes, like school construction, the challenge we have in school construction is we've got a size 10 budget and a size 14 need, so we can't do everything. Right now, in the eviction context, because of the money we got from the federal government, we have a size 12 budget with the size 12 need. And why we weren't able to prevent evictions from occurring is actually not a hard question to answer. And that was a failure of leadership at the gubernatorial level. And again, if you look at what other states have done, Virginia being a prime example, and I literally spoke to folks from Virginia earlier this week, and I asked, is there an eviction crisis in Virginia? And the answer I got was, crisis, what crisis? There is none, because of the systems they built. And that's what we have to do. We don't want, when someone is evicted, then the landlord loses their money. If you are evicted, the landlord can't then go and get the back rent once they're evicted. So there is a community of interest here. The landlord wants his or her money, and we have money to pay. So why don't we build a process that can get the job done? And that is what the next governor is going to need to do. There's going to be crises that we can't anticipate right now. And one thing I have prided myself in over the course of my career is making sure that, whether it was the Department of Labor or the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, that we were doing our jobs, that we could carry out our functions. And that's what Marylanders want. They want a governor who can look out for them.
So I want to ask you a question. It's a political question. If you believe polls, the current governor has about an 80% approval ranking in the state of Maryland. Like, that is astronomically high. And over 70% within primary Democratic voters, a 70% plus approval rating. So I just am curious, because I get it, it's a primary, but how does somebody who is as critical of the governor as a candidate could be in a primary, not you in particular, just in general, how does somebody politically, beat up a governor that is so astronomically popular and then hope to come back against in a general election and win that race?
I talk about the future. Elections are about the future. Marylanders want to know who's going to help me get a good job. It's going to pay a decent wage. We have one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. And I'm not here to play the blame game. I'm here to talk about what we're going to do in the future. Everyone I talk to in Maryland, I want a brighter future for my child. I want to make sure they have access to quality education, that they have a pathway to a future job, that we become a clean energy epicenter, that we create $40 an hour jobs, creating offshore wind. That's what I hear about. And what I'm talking about is my vision for Maryland's future. And it's a vision of, I think, real opportunity. I think our best days are ahead of us as Marylanders. And when we invest in our people, when we make sure that we are building transit that's accessible, that enables people to get from where they live to where the jobs are, when we are making sure that everybody has access to health care, we're building a Maryland that works for everyone. I think we have so many areas where we can do better, and that's what I talk about.
Okay. We've got about 10 minutes left.
Okay.
And we've got about 100 topics to talk about. So I'm going to try to do a little bit of a rapid round, if that's okay. Just
sure.
Yes, no, and whatever you want to throw into it with the explanation, if so. Big issue this year is going to be marijuana or cannabis legalization for recreational use.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe to do it in the General Assembly session, maybe to put it on referendum, and I guess put it in our...
The criminalization of cannabis. And so I think there's a real opportunity there.
Anything beyond that? I know you talk about expungement of records and so forth. Are there things that are not expungible now? Like I had a conversation earlier. Possession's already expungible, so as you start moving up the ladder of possession with intent to distribute, or distribution itself, or kingpin, like as you start getting up there, is there any of those levels that would be off the table for expungement opportunities?
Well, they're going to be offenses that will be off the table, and again, these are areas where we will build a big table, talk to all the stakeholders, and figure out solutions that are fair and just.
Okay, so yes on cannabis legalization. Referendum or not referendum?
I think I worked with Governor O'Malley when we were dealing with slot machine gambling. We didn't need to take that to referendum. It wasn't a constitutional requirement, but it was a very, it was a contentious issue. And a political judgment was made, and I agree with the judgment that was made, that given the contentiousness of this, if we want to get it in the rearview mirror once and for all, put it to referendum. It went to referendum, and that is how we were able, and it passed in every county but one. It passed overwhelmingly, and the majority in every county but one ended up voting for it. Given I know there are strong feelings on both sides of this issue, and I have friends whom I have great respect for who have a different opinion than I do. So I would have no problem if it ends up going to referendum so that the people can have their choice, because from time to time there are issues like this that the prudent thing to do at the end of the day so that we can come to closure is to allow a referendum.
You think we need to put reproductive rights in there too at this point in time, with the Supreme Court doing what it's doing?
Well, we've done quite a bit in Maryland thanks to Democratic actions, and we'll continue to do everything we can. Maryland, unlike so many other states, Democrats have done really, really important work on that. And there are at least 20 states that hopefully, if the Supreme Court does as I fear they do, we've got 20, 25 states that are already going to make women's access to reproductive health. They're going to have to travel to other states. That's wrong.
All right, this is a random one, and it's an interesting legal issue as well as economic issue. The governor, Senator Kramer, as you may remember, has pushed legislation over the years about going after the organizations and the companies that were involved in the BDS movement, this boycotting of the State of Israel. Did not pass his legislation, but the governor put in an executive order in its stead that says, and it's stood to this day without challenge, that any company that is involved in that, the boycotting of Israel and so on, cannot do business with the state of Maryland, cannot be involved in our pension system, cannot get state contracts. Agree or disagree with that?
Well, I haven't read the executive order, so I like to read the executive order before I make judgments on that. If my memory serves me, I remember Senator Van Hollen, who, like me, opposes the BDS movement, made a very eloquent statement on the floor of the United States Senate about how doing what Larry Hogan is trying to do now, which was what some Republicans in the United States Congress were trying to do, is not right. And so I want to read it a lot more closely, but I found myself very much in accord with what Senator Van Hollen was saying on the federal issue. And I've taken a look at the federal issue, but I haven't taken a look at much.
I think it's similar. I mean, I guess.
Well, I like to really read my stuff before I make pronouncements. So.
Well, can I ask you about the hypothetical in that one?
I'm sorry,
I don't mean to try to pin you down, but
I
should a company that is like a Ben & Jerry's, right? That is so overtly, boycotting the state of Israel and making public pronouncements about it, should they be permitted to be a part of our pension system?
Well, again, I said what I've said. I have opposed the BDS movement, but when you are when you're taking this further step, and what was unfortunate about what was happening in Congress was that they were actually debating some bipartisan legislation, and then this issue was lobbed into it, and that was unfortunate. I think the issues. I've worked really hard on the issues of peace in the Middle East when I was a Fed, and what saddens me about it as much as anything right now is that the two-state solution, which is something a two-state solution negotiated by the parties, feels as elusive as ever right now, and that is unfortunate. And it breaks my heart to see the struggle there, and to see us have so much challenge moving forward.
All right, we've got a couple minutes left. Come back home a little bit. Redistricting, which apparently the maps were just passed today or yesterday for the congressional maps in Maryland. Mm-hmm. So you got kind of two issues. You have the congressional maps, and then you have the state maps. Over the years, obviously it's politicians who are doing their own maps down in Annapolis, and in Maryland as a Democrat that's worked out well, whereas maybe in North Carolina, being a Democrat, it didn't work out so well. And so I guess the question is, notwithstanding the commission like without talking about the specific commission that the governor put together, what do you think about in concept the idea of having an independent, nonpartisan commission put down the political maps versus having the legislature do it, followed by, I guess, the courts?
Well, I was following very closely the case that went to the Supreme Court involving Maryland and Wisconsin. I was hoping in that case that the Supreme Court would rule that partisan gerrymandering violated the Constitution. If they had ruled that, that would have been against what Maryland did, but that would have been in pursuit of the broader interest of justice. They didn't do that. So I learned a long time ago that I don't go to knife fights with a spoon, because your question is asking me, let's unilaterally disarm in Maryland, but let's allow Texas and Georgia and Florida to gerrymander the bejesus out of their districts, but we're going to sit here and do nothing. I don't go to knife fights with a spoon. So that's the situation, and it was the height of hypocrisy to watch Republicans here in the Maryland legislature complain about gerrymandering. Travel down to Washington and have a conversation with Mitch McConnell about gerrymandering and help us build a system. Racial gerrymandering, partisan gerrymandering, and dark money have brought our democracy to its knees. And it's Republicans and Republican Supreme Court justices who are all to blame for that, and that's unfortunate.
How about for state legislative? How about for the just for within our state borders?
I'm not going to go to a knife fight with a spoon.
Okay. All right, and my last question, which is one which I think is of importance to the bar, although there are certainly different opinions across the Bar Association. It's a bill that's been in, I think Senator Kelly Dolores had the last rendition of it, and that's about judicial elections. Maryland is one of the states, I think a lot of states do, not all, where one of our court systems, the circuit court, has, as you know, a nomination or followed by an election.
Mm-hmm.
Should Maryland abolish its election of judges? It's apparently going to be a big issue in this General Assembly, and if not then, the next one. So should we do away with judicial elections, or do you think that the system works the way we have it?
Yeah, I have always been skeptical about judicial elections with one caveat. I mean, when you give appointment power exclusively to the governor, and then you look back at how we've done in terms of diversity, there have been times where we have fallen short. So that's one of the challenges that emerges. But I still think on balance, elections, I don't know, as someone who was a career prosecutor for a while.
So we have run out of time. Let me just first of all, and before I give you the last word, just to tell the 27,000 members of the bar and whoever else may see this, why they should vote for a Tom Perez for governor. But before I do, let me just say it's been an honor to have you here. On behalf of the Bar Association, Stevenson University, Tom Perez has a storied career in multiple levels of government service, and so I thank you for your service, and thank you so much for coming here today and spending so much time. And with that, why does just give you one more chance to just do the stump speech and say Tom Perez for governor? Because
yeah, well, thanks. First of all, thanks for having me. And as a member of the Maryland Bar, it's great to be here with all of you. I'm running for governor because I want to build a Maryland where everyone has access to opportunity, where we have jobs and justice, where zip code never determines destiny. We have so many natural assets here, whether it's our human capital, our healthcare infrastructure, our remarkable Chesapeake Bay. And I want to make sure that we live up to that full potential. I really do think our best days are ahead of us, and we know that the next governor is going to have to be the multitasker in chief, that we're going to need a dreamer and a doer, someone who can articulate a bold, inclusive vision of what opportunity means and what jobs and justice means, and then someone who can deliver on it, who can make sure if you lose your job, you're going to get your unemployment check in a timely fashion, or if you need health care, you can get health insurance. That's what I want to do, build a Maryland where everyone has that opportunity to succeed. And I think one of the best indicators of what someone's going to do in the future is to look at what they've done in the past. So I invite you all to go to tomperez.com, take a look at my website, take a look at what I've done before. Take a look at our vision for what we want to do for Maryland, and take a look at everyone else as well. Because one thing I feel really confident about is when you take a look at what we've done, you'll see that I've always fought for jobs, justice, opportunity, a Maryland that works for everyone. And that's why I'm running.
All right. Well, once again, Secretary Perez, thank you so much for being here with us. On behalf of the bar in Stevenson, it's been great to have you, and we look forward to seeing what comes next.
Great. Thank you for having me.
Sure.
Take care.
You too.
More than ever, MSBA is the home for legal professionals in Maryland. Tens of thousands of our members are engaging more than ever and benefiting from more resources, more content, more community, more legislative presence, more research, more connections than ever. More than ever, MSBA is serving, connecting, and empowering Maryland's legal professionals. Be a part of it.
When we ask our students and alumni why they chose Stevenson, there's a phrase that often repeats itself. The moment I stepped on campus. There's a gut feeling that never goes unrecognized and stands the test of time when you first feel at home somewhere. Because we are not just the classrooms where you spend 4 years. We are all the in-between. We are the students who have pursued the boldest ventures, who have tested their creative limits, who have pushed themselves to national championships, who have paved the way for unheard voices, who have turned their passions into professions, and who have charted their vision for the future here. We are the faculty, staff, coaches, and advisors who mentor, who meet students where they are and propel them toward where they want to be, and who are the cornerstone of our personal and professional growth. We are the Mustangs, past, present, and future, who come together across all barriers to face uncertainty with resilience and look to the future with confidence.
We are the place where people still hold doors open for each other.
Where questions turn into conversations.
Where crossing paths spark lifelong bonds.
Where you're not just seen as a number.
Where you become you.
We are more than just an education. We are the experiences, the connections, the community that give education meaning. We are who we've always been, your home away from home. It's a history worth repeating and a feeling worth holding on to. We are